Chapter 133, Lao Lu, do you want a wife? Yuningrong couldn't help but smile at the scene. To herself, she thought that the talisman master Lu was truly handsome. Just one encounter, and her niece was behaving like this. She gently stroked Yun Xianxian's hair, then said aloud, "All right, then it's settled. Later, your Aunt Rome will go ask for you." The next day, Lu Changsheng was working at the spiritual talisman shop when he heard from Zhang Shan that Yu Maocheng was looking for him. He descended the stairs with some confusion. "Brother Lu, do you want a wife?" Yu Maocheng asked directly as soon as he saw Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng was startled by the question. What the hell? He already had so many wives. Why was someone asking if he wanted another? Do it look like I lack wives? Seeing Lu Changsheng's surprised expression, Yu Maocheng explained the situation with Yun Xianxian to him. All right, then send her over, Lu Changsheng said with a chuckle after hearing Yu Maocheng's words. His approach to taking wives and concubines nowadays was naturally not as simple as before. He had several major requirements in mind. First, she must possess a spiritual root. Next, he did not want someone with too high of a cultivation level. No good in terms of character? Unwanted. Profound family background? Unwanted. Burdened with karma and entanglements? Unwanted. As for attributes like appearance, figure, gentleness, and understanding, or being alone and helpless, those were bonus points. The Yun Xianxian whom Yu Maocheng introduced was a perfect match for his criteria. She possessed an 8th grade spiritual root, was at the 2nd level of qi refinement, and had a gentle and understanding personality. Not only was she without a family background, but her parents had both passed away, leaving her alone. The only close person she had was Yu Maocheng's wife, Yu Ningrong. And Lu Changsheng had also met this Yun Xianxian the day before. Although he hadn't looked at her closely, he could tell she was fairly attractive and above average in terms of looks. For Lu Changsheng, such a woman could naturally be taken as a concubine. You agreed just like that? Yu Maocheng was startled when Lu Changsheng immediately agreed after he had finished speaking. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng replied, "You don't need to check with your wife first." Yu Maocheng expressed his confusion. Yuner is very understanding. She will surely understand and support me in this matter, Lu Changsheng said. Damn it, you're really infuriating, you know? This is even more painful than killing me. Yu Maocheng stood up and left upon hearing these words. He then said he would bring Yun Xianxian to Lu Changsheng's house later to settle the matter. It seems having a few friends does have its benefits, Lu Changsheng thought to himself after Yu Maocheng had left. As night fell, Lu Changsheng finished work and headed home. Before Lu Changsheng could bring up Yun Xianxian's matter, Lu Miaoyan brought it up proactively with him. Not only had Yu Maocheng discussed it with Lu Changsheng, Yu Ningrong had also spoken about it with Lu Miaoyan that day. And Lu Miaoyan had long since come to terms with this aspect of Lu Changsheng's life. Knowing her husband always wanted to bring more wives and concubines into the household for a blessing of many children, she naturally agreed immediately to the favorable concubine arriving at their doorstep. "My dear Yuner, marrying you is truly the greatest fortune of my life," Lu Changsheng said, just as they were about to have dinner. Bai came to notify them that Yu Maocheng and his wife had come for a visit. Lu Changsheng instantly knew they must have come about Yun Xianxian's matter. He immediately got up to receive them. "Brother Yu, sister-in-law," Lu Changsheng greeted Yu Maocheng and Yu Ningrong with hands clasped together. A young girl followed behind the couple. It was Yun Xianxian. Looking at Yun Xianxian, he saw that she had dressed up specially for the occasion. Her black hair was done up in an elaborate coiffure, decorated with a jade butterfly hairpin with tasseled pearls hanging from it. She wore a lake blue tube-top dress with a figure that was not spectacular, but was starting to take shape. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear and animated, betrayed a hint of shyness at this moment. Her oval-shaped face was sweet and endearing, the kind one could keep looking at without tiring, pleasing to the eye. "Brother Yu, Sister Rong, you haven't dined yet, right? You've come at the perfect time. Join us for a meal." Lu Miaoyan also came out, speaking to Yu Maocheng and Yu Ningrong. Then, Turning to the slightly nervous Xianxia with an air of grace and poise, she said, "You must be Xianxia, right?" "Lu's sister," Xianxia called out. Although she called Yu Maocheng and Yu Ningrong uncle and Annie, it obviously wasn't appropriate to call Lu Miaoyan Annie now. After all, the day before, Yu Ningrong had made Lu Changsheng's situation and their family circumstances clear to her once more. So her current visit meant that the matter was effectively settled. "Come on, let's go inside and have something to eat." Lu Miaoyan warmly took Yun Xianxian's hand and invited Yu Maocheng and Yu Ningrong into the house. Yu Maocheng, witnessing the scene before him, felt as if he were in a magical world. When the three entered the dining hall and saw Lu Changsheng being surrounded by a group of women, they were even more bewildered. They knew Lu Changsheng had numerous wives, concubines, and maids. But seeing the large dining table encircled by more than a dozen women, many of whom were obviously pregnant, presented a sight that was too intense, too staggering. However, seeing that all the women seemed happy, and the food comprised spirit rice, spiritual vegetables, and demon beast meat, along with spiritual tea to drink, they felt more at ease. Soon, Yu Maocheng and Yu Ningrong, accompanied by Yin Xianxian, took their seats and ate a few bites, and thus the concubine acceptance was considered settled. There wasn't much red tape involved. They just planned to book 2 tables at the Jade Meal Pavilion after a couple of days to treat a few neighbors and friends to make it official. Lu Miaoyan largely took charge of this event. It was the first time Lu Changsheng accepted a concubine with the active involvement of his wife, Lu Miaoyan. 3 days later, Yun Xianxian officially crossed the threshold of the house. With a soft song from a young girl, she formally became one of Lu Changsheng's concubines. That year, Lu Changsheng was 24 years old, with 5 wives, 9 concubines, 2 favored consorts, and 15 maids. Chapter 134. Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates. 77 children. Underscore 1. The peaceful and leisurely life always seemed to fly by quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During this month or so, Yin Xianxian had perfectly integrated into the big family of Lu Changsheng and was successfully pregnant with a child. This made Yu Maocheng and his wife couldn't help but marvel at Lu Changsheng's efficiency. During a conversation, Yu Maocheng asked Lu Changsheng how he would support so many children in the future. While it said that the poor raise their children one way and the rich another, if a child had a spiritual root, no matter what, it would still require a considerable amount of expense. Faced with this inquiry, Lu Changsheng exhibited an air of nonchalance, indicating that as a talisman master, he had some savings. He was also saving money for his children's future upbringing. After all, he didn't mind suffering a bit himself, but he absolutely couldn't let his children suffer. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Yu Maocheng immediately revealed an expression like that of an old man scrutinizing a smartphone. He believed Lu Changsheng wouldn't let his children suffer. But no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think Lu Changsheng was the type to let himself suffer either. Yu Maocheng had never seen anyone who knew how to enjoy life quite like Lu Changsheng. Not only was he served by a host of wives and maids, his eating, drinking, spending, and shopping habits also made him, with a mere 10 spirit stones a month, look on with great envy. However, things like this Yu Maocheng wouldn't inquire too much about. With the relationship involving Yun Xianxian, although there was more interaction between the two families, it wasn't as if they were like in-laws. Knowing that Yin Xianxian was doing well in Lu Changsheng's household was enough for them. On this day, Lu Changsheng was in the spiritual talisman shop, drawing talismans. All of a sudden, he felt an indescribable sense of wonder. It gave Lu Changsheng the premonition that his spiritual root had advanced from an 8th grade spiritual root to a 7th grade spiritual root. Did I just have a child with a spiritual root born? Under this thrilling realization, Lu Changsheng was suddenly startled, and his face showed a surprised delight. The talisman he was creating failed, and the paper emitted a wisp of blue smoke. Lu Changsheng didn't mind, and after a brief sensing, he shook his head and said, "No, This is not the thrill of a child's spiritual root contributing. This is just a natural enhancement, an elevation from an 8th grade spiritual root to a 7th grade spiritual root. That's right. The spiritual roots of my 4 children are still developing, so it's as if my own spiritual root is growing as well. With the previous enhancements, my spiritual root had already neared the pinnacle of 8th grade, and now as it grows, it has naturally advanced to 7th grade. Lu Changxing quickly understood what was happening. Based on the timing, it was indeed true that 2 of his wives on Qingzhou Mountain would be giving birth to their children around this time. But he could feel that he hadn't received any enhancement thrill from the spiritual root. There was only an inherent feeling that his spiritual root had advanced. 7th grade spiritual root. Phew, I've finally advanced to a 7th grade spiritual root. Just one more step, and it'll be a middle grade spiritual root, an immortal seedling. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, his face full of joy. The spiritual root was the foundation of one's cultivation. For Lu Changsheng, the spiritual root was not just the foundation of his cultivation. It was also related to the upper limit of his future children's spiritual root quality. After all, the quality of the parent's spiritual roots can influence that of their children's. The better his own spiritual root, the better his future children's spiritual root potential would be. Although he was working hard to improve the quality of his children's mothers, how could he, as a father, lag behind? Going on like this, the later the children are born, not only will the conditions and environment get better and better, but their talents will also stand on the shoulders of their brothers and sisters with increasingly higher limits. Lu Changxing couldn't help but sigh. It seemed to him that as long as he continued to have children and improve, maybe in the future he could have a whole family of advanced-level spiritual roots, even heavenly spiritual roots. He then attempted to experience the cultivation speed of his 7th grade spiritual root. However, the silent and progressive enhancement of his spiritual root didn't feel like a significant change from before. An 8th grade spiritual root and a 7th grade spiritual root are both lower grade spiritual roots. There's not a noticeable difference in this progress. I imagine the upgrade from a lower grade to a middle grade spiritual root will bring a notable change. And I wonder how much help the advancement of my spiritual root from 8th grade to 7th grade will be in overcoming the bottleneck from the middle stage to the energy refinement late stage. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly, glancing at his qi ocean core that was like a stream of thick spiritual energy. He would meditate for 2 hours every day to cultivate, but there was still no movement in his cultivation level. He could only rely on gradual progress, waiting for a breakthrough opportunity. But if he really wanted a breakthrough, Lu Changsheng had also inquired. A high-grade breakthrough elixir, 1,200 spirit stones. It could help someone from energy refinement middle stage to break through to the late stage. He could afford it if he saved for a year, but to Lu Changsheng, it didn't seem necessary. As he didn't venture out, compete with others, or go dungeon crawling, having a sufficient cultivation level was good enough. He didn't need a rush. Taking yellow dragon elixirs to aid in cultivation was enough for him. Such breakthrough elixirs could impact his future foundation establishment. Guan Xin should be giving birth soon. Wonder if this child will have a spiritual root. Lu Changsheng stretched his limbs, looking out at the clear azure sky, feeling a sense of anticipation. He had become quite philosophical about children born to wives without spiritual roots, but he couldn't help feeling a bit of anticipation when it came to those wives who did have spiritual roots. After 10 days, Lu Changsheng discovered that 2 of his maids were pregnant. Chapter 135, Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates. 7,749 children. The 4 maids purchased before. Now only one remains who hasn't conceived. But Lu Changsheng wasn't concerned, not in a rush to supplement. After all, there's only one big stick. Now that there were already so many ordinary maids, it was time to save some money and add a few high-quality ones. Besides, Lu Miaoyan was still at the 9 Dragons market. Out of respect for his wife, Lu Changsheng would still restrain himself somewhat. At least wait until next month, when Lu Miaoyun and Chu Jinjin returned to Qingzhou Mountain, before strolling through the White Jade Tower again. 6 days later. On this day, Lu Changsheng didn't go to the spiritual talisman shop and just sat at home, because the child in Guan Xin's belly was about to be born. Wah! With a cry, an extraordinary trembling emanated from Lu Changsheng's entire being. It was the vibration of the spiritual root. The child had the spiritual root, a surge that was added onto his own. Simultaneously, as he bathed in surprise, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for the birth of 5 offspring with spiritual roots. You have earned 1 lottery draw. This vibration and the system prompt filled Lu Changsheng with indescribable joy and excitement. His state of mind was gradually improving. He didn't show too much excitement. A gentle smile appeared on his face, elegant and refreshing like a spring breeze. He and Lu Miaoyun entered the room. "Master, it's a precious little miss," the midwife said, beaming with smiles. "Good. Thank you for your hard work," Lu Changsheng said as he handed over a spirit stone. This was a midwife hired from the 9 Dragons market, the same one who had helped with the previous births. He felt that in the future, he would also need to hire a resident midwife at home. Although, with his wives and concubines eating spirit rice and spirit food daily to nourish their bodies, there would likely be no issues with childbirth. These measures still had to be foolproof. Thank you so much, Master Lu," the midwife said as she accepted the spirit stone, her smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. Lu Changsheng picked up the child, a very adorable infant. Knowing the child bore a spiritual root, Lu Changsheng's heart was filled with extra joy, finding the child cuter the more he looked. The sight also caused Guan Xian to flash a happy smile. She had felt a faint sense of disappointment knowing she gave birth to a daughter, fearing Lu Changsheng might not like it as much. After all, in this world, the mindset of valuing males over females still existed. Seeing the smile on Lu Changsheng's face, she immediately felt much more at ease. After the birth of the child, Lu Changsheng didn't rush to leave for the lottery draw. He stayed with Guan Xian and the other wives and concubines, chatting and talking. It wasn't until the afternoon that he mentioned going to check on the shop. After arriving at the spiritual talisman shop, Lu Changsheng headed straight to the 3rd floor, then began the part he was most looking forward to. "System, I want to draw the lottery." Lu Changsheng thought silently. Instantly, the pale red system lottery wheel appeared. "I wonder what I will draw this time. If not a cultivation technique, another magical treasure would also be nice," Lu Changsheng thought to himself as he looked at the lottery wheel, filled with anticipation. After all, the black dragon magical bead had been of great assistance to him. If he could refine a magical treasure for each of his limbs, he reckoned his cultivation would soar. Lu Changsheng didn't think too much. He simply commanded, "Start the draw." Immediately, golden lights on the wheel began to spin. Under Lu Changsheng's expectant gaze, the golden light slowly settled on the treasure section of the lottery wheel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an extraordinary treasure. Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates. The reward has been issued to the system space. The host can check it at any time. A dark, black-colored scroll with bizarre patterns emerged along with the system prompt. Extraordinary Treasure. Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates. Lu Changsheng was somewhat surprised to see the reward he had drawn. Energy Refining Cultivators use magic artifacts. Foundation Building Great Cultivators use spiritual artifacts. Nascent Soul Immortals wield magical treasures. But extraordinary treasures belong to a special category outside this system. Their biggest difference is that everyone can refine and use them without such high requirements for cultivation level. Some powerful, extraordinary treasures, even those at the energy refining or foundation establishment cultivation levels, may harm a nascent soul immortal. Lu Changsheng immediately turned to look at the system space to see what effects this book of malevolent curses and fates held. Extraordinary Treasure. Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates. Grade. Third rank. Description: crafted by the ancient Witch clan, using the evil aura between heaven and earth. One simply needs to visualize the individual while looking at the manuscript to cast a curse across space, entangling the victim's flesh, spirit, and soul with a malevolent curse for 49 days, leading to the gradual decay of the flesh and the annihilation of the soul, ending in death. The description of the Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates emerged. Is this a cursing type of treasure? Xianxia, upon reading the introduction, immediately grasped the effects of the Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates. This piece of the Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates looked very formidable. But Xianxia was aware that being third rank, it could at most curse those at the core formation stage. Furthermore, such extraordinary treasures would certainly have limitations and side effects. He called forth the Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates. Instantly, a thick, jet-black manuscript that looked like a book but couldn't be turned appeared before Xianxia. There were no words on the manuscript, only faint black patterns. These patterns looked like threads of malevolent energy slowly flowing, giving off an eerie impression. And as he extracted this Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates, a stream of information also entered Xianxia's mind. A detailed description of this extraordinary treasure. Indeed, just as he had guessed, this Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates, while appearing formidable, was ultimately just a third-rank extraordinary treasure with limited effects. First, this Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates was a one-time use treasure. Once used, it would be gone. Next, it could only kill nascent soul immortals at most, and it came with side effects. Chapter 136. Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates. 7,749 children. To curse others, one must also pay a price. It costs years of one's life, and with the decline of vital energy and blood, one must cultivate a calm mind for recuperation to recover. To curse an energy refinement cultivator, one loses 1 to 3 years of life. To curse a foundation-building cultivator, 10 to 30 years of life are forfeited. To curse a core formation cultivator, over 100 years are lost. As for a nascent soul, true Lord, although it's impossible to curse them to death, if one wishes, they can still be inflicted with minor annoyances, letting the malevolent chi plague them, causing their flesh to wither and their spirits to become feeble. As for the cost, it depends on one's own cultivation level, strength, and lifespan. If one does not possess the power of the nascent soul stage, taking such actions would essentially lead to the decay of the physical body, the extinction of the soul, and, consequently, death. The Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates, this artifact, how should I put it? Xianxia looked at the Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates in front of him, which slightly resembled a memorial portrait frame, smacked his lips, and for a moment did not know how to describe it. Its power was unquestionable. One only needs to silently ponder over someone to cast a curse from afar, ignoring distance. It wasn't like some other curse methods he had seen or heard about in books, which required collecting the target's hair, blood, or items they had used, among other things. In other words, being in the chi refinement realm, having met a foundation-building cultivator, he could just silently focus on the Book of Malevolent Curses and Fates, sacrifice years of his own lifespan, and then he would be able to curse them to death. If he were reckless enough not to care about his life, although he might not necessarily be able to curse a nascent soul immortal to death, he could still cause them to be plagued by malevolent curses, thus leading to their flesh decaying, their spirits languishing, their strength greatly diminishing, and their cultivation ceasing to advance. This kind of action, no matter where it's applied, is incredibly shocking. But in Xianxia's eyes, the cost was simply too great, hardly worth it. After all, an energy refinement cultivator's lifespan is barely over 100 years. If he were to curse a foundation-building great cultivator, he would have to sacrifice at least 20 to 30 years of life. Moreover, it's not just about losing years of life. Vital energy would also decline, which would affect one's strength. Cultivation aside, it's estimated that even childbearing would be impacted. However, this treasure does not require a specific owner to claim it. It doesn't restrict who can use it. If I'm willing, I could completely allow someone else to use it, letting them sacrifice their lifespan to help me curse others. But who would be willing to bear such risks and be trustworthy? It's too dangerous. Therefore, I shall keep this treasure as a last resort, not to be used unless absolutely necessary. Lu Changsheng looked at the book of malevolent curses and fates in his hand, shook his head slightly, and put it away in his storage bag. He decided that if any unworthy Qi refinement realm cultivator dared to trouble him and pushed him too far, he would carve their portrait into this book of malevolent curses and fates. As for core formation immortals, it wasn't worth it, as it would be akin to mutual destruction. After finishing the draw, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a sense of tastelessness. He then sat cross-legged and began to meditate on cultivation, to see how much of a boost his daughter's 8th grade spiritual root would provide to his cultivation. After a long while, through experience, Lu Changsheng felt that the boost was less than 10%. He estimated that his daughter's spiritual root was at most an 8th grade spiritual root. However, Lu Changsheng was quite satisfied with this. At this stage, just having a spiritual root was sufficient. What need was there for anything more? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lu Changsheng believed that as long as he worked hard, his talents would eventually reach unprecedented heights. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. That day, the second elder came to visit Lu Changsheng's home again. After casually chatting, he mentioned that within half a month, he would be returning to Qingzhou Mountain. He asked Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun, along with others, if they wanted to go back with him. To this, Lu Changsheng naturally expressed his desire to return. Lu Miaoyun and Chu Jinjin also expressed their wishes to return to Qingzhou Mountain for prenatal care and a call for other sisters to join them. Lu Changsheng had originally planned to send Guan Xian to Qingzhou Mountain as well, to rest and to look after the children. But due to the limited seats in the flying boat, only 3, he had to abandon the idea. Lu Changsheng also inquired with the second elder if it would be okay for infants to ride on the flying boat. He was planning to send his 3 children back to Qingzhou Mountain to be raised. The second elder said there were no significant issues, but it would be best if Lu Changsheng bought several pieces of warm sun jade. This warm sun jade is a type of spirit jade that can isolate cold and nurture the body. With it, infants on a flying boat would not catch a cold and could sleep more peacefully. After the second elder finished discussing the matters and chatted for a while, he left cheerfully. His visit was naturally not just about notifying Lu Changsheng about the return trip to Qingzhou Mountain. Was such a trivial matter worth the trouble for the eminent second elder of the Lu family to come personally? He was mainly coming over to see if, after being counseled by the 4th elder, Lu Changsheng had still been recklessly taking concubines and buying maids and indulging in the company of women in the past 6 months. From his observations, he was quite satisfied with Lu Changsheng's behavior. The children were still being born, but it was obviously a lot better than before. Lu Miaoyun also told him that in the past 6 months, Lu Changsheng had only taken 1 concubine and bought 1 maid, which was very reassuring to him. He felt that the effects of the advice he had the 4th elder give were quite good. Preparing to return in half a month, the next day, Lu Changsheng went out with Lu Miaoyun, Chu Jinjin, and the other ladies to stroll the streets. He planned to buy some gifts to take back. During this process, Lu Changsheng found the warm sun jade that second elder mentioned to be very cheap. It cost only 2 spirit stones apiece. He directly purchased 35 pieces. After all, how could a father favor some over others, even if he was relatively more fond of certain children? But for small things like this, if possible, he still tried to treat everyone equally. So now, with 35 children, he simply bought 35 pieces, 1 for each child. After that, Lu Changsheng strolled through the marketplace, inquiring about the prices of the ever-youth elixirs. His wives had been with him for many years, bearing him so many children. Naturally, he had to give them something valuable. The best among these was, of course, the Ever-Youth Elixir. It had the effect of everlasting youth. But the Ever-Youth Elixir was a second-rank elixir, and the price was very high. First-rank elixir medicines for youth preservation included the Ever-Youth Elixir and Beautifying Elixir. The Ever-Youth Elixir could preserve one's appearance, but after about a decade or so, it would still gradually change. The price was 100 spirit stones. The Beautifying Elixir had the effect of nourishing and beautifying the complexion. It was beneficial in abundance. Taking one every 3 years would also achieve the effect of the Ever-Youth Elixir. The price was 20 spirit stones per pill. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and directly purchased 16 beautifying elixirs, one for each of his current wives. A total of 320 spirit stones. The shopkeeper gave him a discount of 20 spirit stones, and in the end, he spent 300 spirit stones. It was only at times like these that Lu Changsheng felt how difficult it was to support so many wives and children. 10 days later, Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoyun, and Chu Xinjin, each holding a baby, went to live in a large courtyard in the Eastern District, preparing to return to Qingzhou Mountain with Second Elder. The 3 Lu family disciples who accompanied them were all cousins of Lu Miaoyun. 2 of them had also been along on the last trip. They saw that before they came, Lu Miaoyun and Chu Xinjin were fine. But when they were returning, not only did their bellies slightly protrude, but they were also each holding a baby with Lu Changsheng. This left them somewhat confused and astonished. After that, they asked Lu Changsheng what the situation was and where the children came from. In response to these questions, Lu Changsheng didn't hide anything. He simply said that he had taken a few concubines here and bought some maids. These 3 children had just been born recently, and he planned to take them back to Qingzhou Mountain to raise them. Hearing this, the 3 of them exchanged looks with each other. As Lu family disciples, they naturally knew of Lu Changsheng's reputation at Qingzhou Mountain. He was good with women and prodigious in fathering children. Knowing was one thing, but they hadn't expected Lu Changsheng to restlessly procreate everywhere he went, especially one of Lu Miaoyun's cousins, who asked Lu Changsheng how many children he had by now. Lu Changsheng said there were 35 born, with another 14 on the way, not only leaving the 3 of them bewildered but also stunned. Second Elder, who was steering the flying boat, couldn't help his mouth twitching, his face a mixture of bemusement and shock. Back in the day, when a Lu family sought a son-in-law, the requirement was to have 50 children in 20 years. Now, in just over 6 years, Lu Changsheng already had 49 children. P.S. Because I plan to try for a 10,000 words day, the update times may be erratic, and I likely won't be able to update on time at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Please forgive me. Chapter 137. 7th Level of Qi Refinement, Lottery. _1 2 days later. A flying boat descended outside Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Changsheng and his family of 6, alongside the Second Elder and a few others, disembarked from the flying boat and entered Qingzhou Mountain. Along the way, people noticed Lu Changsheng carrying a child, Lu Miaoyun and Chu Xinjin with slightly bulging bellies also holding infants, which sparked curiosity and some discussion among the onlookers. Why are Lu Changsheng and Sister Miaoyun still carrying a baby each when they return? They must be their own children. I remember they didn't take any babies with them when they left. Wasn't Lu Changsheng supposed to be managing the store in the marketplace? Could it be that he fathered the children while away? Then he's really good at this, isn't he? Just popping out kids wherever he goes? Don't you know? Lu Changsheng really loves having children. Just look at Sister Miaoyun and that Chu Xinjin. They're pregnant again. Gosh, when it comes to having kids, I only respect Lu Changsheng. If the family head had recruited more of these immortal seedlings like Lu Changsheng to begin with, who knows how much vitality they could have brought to our Lu family. Many of the Lu family disciples talked among themselves. Damn, wasn't Lu Changsheng obliged to have 50 children? Why is he going to such lengths? You can tell, he genuinely loves having kids from the bottom of his heart. am still short of 38 children. Think if I ask Lu Changsheng to help me have them, would he agree? A few of the immortal seedlings muttered to themselves upon witnessing this scene. Lu Changsheng was unaware of others' curiosity and commentary, but even if he knew, it wouldn't matter to him. After all, it's not like they're saying anything bad. He genuinely loves having children. Once back at home, Lu Changsheng settled the 3 infants. He went to see his 33rd and 34th children. Even though all the babies looked more or less the same, and having so many children might seem overwhelming. But as a father, upon returning home, he had to see his children. Afterward, Lu Changsheng handed out elixir medicines and some gifts he had purchased to his wives and concubines. Thank you, husband. This item is too precious. You're being too generous, my husband. Thank you, Sister Miaoyan. The wives and concubines were overjoyed and touched upon seeing these gifts and hearing about the effects of the elixir medicines. They had not expected Lu Changsheng to give them such precious elixir medicines. For them, these were truly divine pills. Several wives and concubines, moved by the gesture, even burst into tears. These first wives and concubines, all from the Lu family's secular world, married Lu Changsheng back, then simply for the rewards offered by the Lu family, with the idea of contributing to the clan. At most, there was the notion of gaining status through their children, hoping to give birth to children with spiritual roots. They had no real expectations for Lu Changsheng as a husband. Never could they have imagined that Lu Changsheng would go from a mere breeding son-in-law to the point where he is now. Their status, along with Lu Changsheng, rose with the tide. They were living a blissful life beyond their wildest dreams. Now that Lu Changsheng had reached this status, they were starting to feel inferior, aware that they were no longer worthy of being his wives and concubines. Still, Lu Changsheng's treatment of them remained unchanged. The bestowing of such precious gifts made them feel beyond moved and filled with joy, leading to tears. They felt that choosing to marry Lu Changsheng was the most correct decision in their lives. Why are you crying now? Lu Changsheng hadn't expected that a simple gift would move them to tears and immediately began to console them. Husband, you've simply been too good to your concubine, making me overwhelmed and so happy. Lu Yuzhu said, her face filled with emotion. You are my wives and concubines. If I'm not good to you, to whom should I be? This is just the beginning. In the future, our home will become better and better, and life for you and the children will continue to improve. Lu Changsheng wiped her tears away and spoke gently. While these wives and concubines might not epitomize the proverbial wives of poor circumstances, Lu Changsheng was not the type to forget old faces upon meeting new ones. As he always said, let pragmatism be pragmatism. Since they have become his wives and the mothers of his children, he, Lu Changsheng, would shoulder the responsibilities he ought to. His words moved the other wives and concubines deeply. Lu Miaoyun and Chu Xinjin were also greatly touched by this. After all, this world, at its core, belonged to a feudal society dominated by the law of the jungle. Although Lu Changsheng had numerous wives and concubines, his behavior was respectable, marking him as one of the few good men who respected women. After comforting his wives, Lu Changsheng had the children capable of walking line up to receive their gifts. Thank you, Daddy. Moa, thank you, Daddy. The children were clearly delighted at receiving gifts, things to eat and play with. As for the very young ones who couldn't walk or speak and were still in their swaddles, Lu Changsheng simply turned the warm sun jade into pendants and hung them around their necks. After these tasks were completed, seeing the joyous and delighted faces of his wives and children, Lu Changsheng also wore a broad smile, feeling pleased and exceptionally fulfilled. Such is life. What more could one ask for? As he was overwhelmed by these strong emotions, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a tremor from his dantian. The bottleneck of his 6th level energy refinement cultivation level seemed to loosen at this moment. Lu Changsheng was immediately overjoyed. He realized the opportunity to break through from the energy refinement middle stage to the late stage had arrived. He excused himself from his wives and quickly made his way to his private cultivation chamber to break through to the energy refinement late stage. Lu Changsheng took out a bottle of energy refining powder from the storage bag and poured it into his mouth. Then, clutching 2 spirit stones, he closed his eyes and focused, began circulating the returning origin technique, and aimed to break through to the 7th level energy refinement. The energy refining powder in his belly made the spiritual energy in his dantian, which was like a stream, seem to boil at this moment, emanating a faint spiritual pressure around his body. Chapter 138, 7th Level of Qi Refinement, Lottery. Lu Changsheng used the returning origin technique to guide the flow of spiritual energy through his dantian and meridians, creating a complete operational circuit that made his aura surge, increasingly exerting a greater spiritual pressure. He didn't know how much time had passed. Boom! Lu Changsheng's body shuddered intensely, and a wave of invisible dust spread out around him. At that moment, he seemed almost ethereal, as if he were about to ascend, with his entire being feeling lighter and more translucent. The 7th level energy refinement achieved. He suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart, slowly calming the agitated spiritual power in his meridians. After a long while, his aura stabilized. The 7th level of Qi refinement. I've finally stepped into the late stages of Qi refinement. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, which sparkled bright, filled with joy as he spoke. The 7th level of Qi refinement signified his entry into the late phase of the Qi refinement realm. This level of cultivation, even within the entire Lu family, was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Only Lu Yuanding from his generation and the elders from the older generation of the high-ranking Lu family members possessed such cultivation strength. Among his peers and those of his age, Lu Changsheng knew only of Lu Miaoge. He estimated that there were probably just a few other Lu family disciples. The path of cultivation is myriad. It isn't simply about bitter practice. Different people have different paths. Some dedicate themselves to secluded cultivation. Others go out to experience and fight, breaking through in life and death situations. There are also those who find their breakthrough opportunities amidst the chaos of the mortal world, observing the phenomena of life. And today I did something similar. In the end, the bottleneck of cultivation boils down to a clear understanding and reaching a new spiritual realm of self. In this moment, Lu Changsheng also came to a realization. Ordinarily, when reading books, he encountered numerous interpretations of the ways of cultivation. But these things, upon reading or listening, seemed mystical and elusive. However, just now, seeing the happy faces of his wives and children, he too experienced an epiphany, a sense of fulfillment, which loosened the bottleneck at the 6th level of energy refinement. Cultivation breakthrough opportunities and bottlenecks, while seeming illusory, indeed, exist in this world. Just like the common phenomena in the cultivation world, such as heart demon oaths, the law of cause and effect, and the concept of destiny. Lu Changsheng didn't dwell on it any longer and closed his eyes again, quietly experiencing the changes following the breakthrough. The spiritual power flowing quietly through his meridians was not only much stronger, but also became more lustrous. In the Qi Ocean core area, what was once wisps and streams like a creek of spiritual energy had formed into a small lake. This was the Qi Lake, a symbol of the late stages of Qi refinement, the condensation of the spiritual energy into a lake. When one's cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm, and the Qi Lake becomes a vast sea, lifting the Tao foundation, one can completely shed the mortal body and establish the Tao foundation to become a foundation-building great cultivator. The 7th level of Qi refinement not only makes the spiritual energy several times more powerful, my mental spirit has also greatly improved. Lu Changsheng felt not only an abundance of energy and lightness in his body, but also his consciousness and thoughts seemed much clearer. This was the state of one's mental spirit. Breaking through from the Qi refinement realm to the foundation establishment stage has three major obstacles. The last of these barriers is the transformation of the mental spirit, giving birth to divine sense, which allows for the external projection of one's spirit. This is of great advantage when it comes to cultivation, combat, and other such activities. With my current level of strength, I can also try drawing second-rank talismans. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, while at the 6th level of Qi refinement, as long as the materials for talisman making were available, he could create a supreme talisman. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck and became a 7th-level energy refinement cultivator, both his mental spirit and spiritual power had greatly increased, giving him the confidence and at least a 70 to 80% chance of success in drawing a second-rank talisman. But the materials for second-rank talismans are not only expensive, they aren't as readily available as the first-grade talisman paper and spiritual ink, and are quite rare. Moreover, if I want to draw second-rank talismans, my current middle-grade magic artifact talisman brush obviously won't do. I would need at least a first-grade supreme magic artifact talisman brush. Lu Changsheng shook his head. He was aware that he was missing the most crucial thing to draw second-rank talismans: money. Without giving it much thought, he stood up, flung his sleeves, and with a gentle smile on his face said, "Not bad. Breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement in less than 7 years. All these years of relentless effort haven't been in vain." Pleased with himself, Lu Changxing nodded and was about to leave the practice room. However, just as he was about to open the door, Lu Changxing paused. He double-checked to make sure that the aura of his spiritual power was completely concealed by the magic artifact on his body and the jade pendant gifted by the colored skirt woman. After all, to the outside world, he was still at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Now that he had made a breakthrough, he could at most reveal being at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Showcasing the 7th level would be impossible to explain. Once sure there were no issues, Lu Changsheng finally opened the door and stepped out of the practice room. Outside the small courtyard, his wives were all waiting for him. Earlier, when Lu Changxing mentioned he felt an epiphany coming and was about to break through, they all came to wait. They hoped to be the first to see their husband after the breakthrough and to share the joy together. Husband, husband, husband. All of the women's gazes converged on Lu Changsheng, calling out in unison. Seeing the scene before him, where the women's eyes were filled with love, admiration, and concern, Lu Changxing chuckled and said, it's only a small step forward in cultivation." Lu Changsheng, with his handsome features, spoke with an air of composure and ease. "Congratulations to my husband for breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement." Seeing Lu Changsheng's demeanor and posture, Lu Miaoyun immediately showed a face full of joy and was the first to congratulate Lu Changxing. "Congratulations to my husband for the breakthrough. Congratulations to my husband for advancing further on the path of immortality. Congratulations, Dad. Congratulations, Daddy. You're amazing." The rest of his wives followed Lu Miaoyun's lead, bowing and instructing their children to offer their congratulations to Lu Changxing. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but laugh heartily and said, Good, good, good. Today, having broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, we must celebrate properly." Chapter 139, Qi Refinement Level 7, Lottery. That night, the entire Qingzhou mountain was engulfed in darkness and silence. Only in the Qingzhou Valley were the lights in Lu Changsheng's home bright, as he celebrated his breakthrough with his wives and concubines. The next day, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun left the house to pay a visit to the 4th elder. After all, since he was back, it was only right to pay respects to the esteemed old lady. Just as they arrived at the 4th elder's residence, they happened to run into the 2nd elder leaving. "Second grandpa, 2nd elder," Lu Changsheng greeted with a beaming smile and a bow. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, could this 2nd elder be a gossip? The very moment he returned to Qingzhou Mountain, he had to come and speak with the 4th elder about what he was up to in the 9 Dragons Market. Lucky for him, Lu Changsheng walked the straight path and had nothing to fear from others talking behind his back. Changsheng, Yuner, you've come, the fourth elder said with a loving smile as she saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyan arrive. After a brief chat, she began to assess Lu Changsheng's talisman-making skills. In terms of talisman making, Lu Changsheng was about the same as his last visit. He had already mastered the Frost Talisman, and then there was another middle-grade talisman, barely a beginner in that area. Given his previous performance and the explanation of his spiritual body, the fourth elder was much more accepting of Lu Changsheng's progress. Indeed, his progress over the past 6 months was nearly the same as in the preceding 4 months. She couldn't help but think, did Lu Changsheng not improve as much this time because he had been physically together with his wife less over these past 6 months? But as his elder, it was not proper to inquire about such matters. It's not as if she could say, Changsheng, if you can handle it physically, more intimacy won't hurt, and I'll explain things to Yuner for you. Not bad, not bad. Changsheng, at this rate, I'm afraid it may only take another year for you to become a superior grade talisman master, the fourth elder said with a joyous and gratified expression. I will certainly work hard, Lu Changsheng replied. He had indeed planned to do so, preparing to demonstrate the skills of a superior grade talisman master in about a year, almost a full year ahead of his original schedule. After all, he had fabricated a spiritual body, so a sped-up rate of progress was somewhat justifiable. Changsheng, you must also diligently pursue your cultivation and not become complacent. Although the 4th level of energy refinement is sufficient to draw a superior grade talisman, it's a bit strenuous, so it would be best if you could break through to the 5th level as soon as possible. The 4th elder glanced at Lu Changsheng's cultivation level and spiritual power. However, she found that his spiritual power was so well concealed that she could not ascertain it at a glance. She did not bother to look further, believing that some treasure must be hiding his spiritual aura. After all, it was quite normal to conceal one's energies while traveling outside. Granny, Changsheng just made a breakthrough to the 5th level of energy refinement yesterday, said Lu Changsheng, who knew that under the cover of the magic artifact and the jade pendant of the lady in the colorful skirt, the 4th elder had not seen his true cultivation level, and he spoke without a change in his expression. The breakthrough from yesterday was also nothing to hide. There was nothing worth concealing. Though having a 9th grade spiritual root and making a breakthrough from the 4th to the 5th level of energy refinement in a year and 8 months was somewhat exaggerated, it could still be barely explained. What? You've broken through to the 5th level of energy refinement? The 4th elder exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Lu Changsheng was not just a possessor of a 9th grade spiritual root. He had also devoted many hours and energy to talisman making, managing the store, as well as intimate affairs. Therefore, under these circumstances, this rapid advancement to the 5th level of energy refinement was truly astonishing. Yes, Granny, Changsheng knows his talents are lacking, so I have never slacked in my cultivation. Usually, I also drew some talismans to sell to a former good friend and put some up for sale at the spiritual talisman shop. And with the spirit stones earned, I bought elixir medicines to aid in cultivation. Lu Changsheng spoke up, relating to Hong the affair of selling talismans at the spiritual talisman shop. After all, he had never intended to hide these matters from the Lu family and wasn't afraid of them finding out. Good, good. Knowing that you haven't neglected your cultivation, Grandma is reassured. These matters are trivial. As long as you are clear on them, that's fine. If you have any problems with your cultivation, you can always ask Grandma, and if you need any help, feel free to mention it. The 4th elder said with a face full of gratification. In her heart, she vaguely guessed that Lu Changsheng's spiritual body might also contribute to speeding up his cultivation. However, the speed was not too astonishing, and she didn't inquire further. After all, in the cultivation world, everyone has their secrets. There's no need to be overly curious and insist on asking everything. She immediately began instructing Lu Changsheng in the art of talisman making. Teaching Lu Changsheng to make talismans was also a pleasure for her. After all, mentoring a disciple was very fulfilling and rewarding. Especially thinking about the future, nurturing a second-grade talisman master made her love Lu Changsheng even more. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Changsheng returned to the Nine Dragons Market with the second elder. Originally, he planned to bring Lu Lanshu or the sisters Lu Qing'er and Lu Zier to the Nine Dragons Market. However, the women expressed that the spirit root testing ceremony was just 3 months away and wanted to stay at home with the children. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng did not insist. He immediately took his other 2 wives to the Nine Dragons Market. "Brother Lu, just how many wives and concubines do you have?" After arriving at the Nine Dragons Market, Yu Maocheng, seeing Lu Changsheng with 2 women he had never seen before, couldn't help asking. "Not many, just 5 wives, 9 concubines, 2 favored beauties, and 15 maids." Lu Changsheng said, "Am I really such a damn cheap bastard?" Yu Maocheng, hearing this response, wondered why he had even asked. He slapped his own mouth twice. "Brother Yu, don't be like this, don't." "Brother Yu?" Lu Changsheng hurriedly held him back. When he got back home, Lu Changsheng shook his head. He felt that if he wanted to remain friends with Yu Maocheng, he needed to talk less about these topics. After that, he counted the spirit stones he had on him. A total of 205 spirit stones. "I am broke." Lu Changsheng let out a deep sigh. His monthly expenses were substantial. Plus, he had recently purchased gifts for his wives and children, which meant he'd spent far too much and saved hardly any money. "Looks like I can only go to the White Jade Tower later. As for the matter of the second-grade talismans, that will also have to be put on hold for now." Lu Changsheng, looking at the meager amount of spirit stones, decided to temporarily forego visiting the White Jade Tower and crafting second-grade talismans. Before long, half a month had passed. The last of the 4 maids Lu Changsheng had purchased ended up pregnant. This brought the total number of Lu Changsheng's children to 50. The Lu family is still quite decent, allowing 20 years just to have 50 children. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh when he thought about completing the Lu family's initial request in just over 6 years. Too bad he was no longer the Lu family's son-in-law. Otherwise, with his efficiency, Patriarch Lu Yuanding would certainly have lauded him with great praise before everyone. Another month and more had passed. Lu Changsheng's 36th, 37th, 38th, and 39th children were born. I wonder if there's any reward for the 40th? Lu Changsheng couldn't help but look forward to the birth of the next baby, which was due soon. 9 days later, when the 40th child was born, a system notification rang out. "Congratulations, host, for the number of your progeny reaching 40. You have earned 1 chance to draw a prize." Chapter 140, Screwing on the Assembly Line. _1 really? Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Changsheng's heart immediately leapt with joy. In his boring and monotonous daily life, only giving birth and the system lottery could stir some ripples in his heart. Does this mean that every time I have 10 children, the system will give me a share of child money? Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think to himself, "System, I want to draw the lottery." He did not speculate too much. After all, too much speculation leads to expectations. And with expectations come disappointments. As he watched the lottery wheel appear before his eyes, Lu Changsheng's mental spirit stirred. Start the lottery draw. Immediately, the lottery wheel began to shimmer with golden light. Under Lu Changsheng's gaze, the golden light finally stopped on skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining second-rank puppet skills. The reward has been delivered to the system space. The host can check it at any time. A light orb shaped like a puppet emerged from the big wheel alongside the sound of the system. Second-rank puppet skills? Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow upon seeing the skills he obtained from the lottery draw. Puppetry within the myriad arts of cultivation was considered a somewhat niche skill. Although it was not as prominent as formation, alchemy, artifact refining, or talisman making. Nevertheless, it was still considered a pretty decent craft. Once mastered, one would not want for anything in life. Or to say, among the myriad arts of cultivation, Mastering any one art to its peak ensured a comfortable life. Even the least regarded like spirit plant cultivation, butchery, medicinal cuisine, breeding, and so on, were decent if one was skilled. Diligently working in these arts would make life progressively sweeter. Lu Changsheng's mental spirit stirred as he looked towards the light orb in the system space. Second-rank puppet skills. Upon use, immediately comprehend second-tier top-level puppet skills and the corresponding puppet compendium. Indeed, just like the talisman making I received before, it directly provides second-tier top-level puppet skills, meaning the highest I can craft are puppets comparable to the peak of Foundation establishment. With these puppet skills, I can not only deploy Talisman C tactics, but also perform Puppet C technique in the future. If I have a few second-rank puppets with me, that will ensure my safety in the future. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly as he looked at the description, quite satisfied. He really liked this craft, it suited him well. Or to say, Lu Changsheng found all the myriad arts of cultivation appealing. After all, a man can never have too many skills. Knowing a few more crafts couldn't hurt. Even if he couldn't use them immediately, later on, when establishing a family, he could teach them to his children or others. Lu Changsheng had already thought it through. If he were to establish a cultivation family, it would be just like now, avoiding conflict and strife, making connections, and living harmoniously and profitably. The entire family would rely on mastering various crafts, earning money, and cultivating steadily. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng used the second-rank puppet skills from the system space. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge entered his mind out of thin air. Puppet Primer, Basic Puppet Compendium, First-Grade Puppet Compendium, Second-Rank Puppet Compendium, Crafting Puppets by Hand, How Puppets Are Made, My Affairs with Puppets. After a while, Lu Changsheng's mind was filled with a flood of knowledge about puppets. Identifying materials for making puppets, how to use the skeletons of demon beasts and ferocious beasts to create puppets, puppet formation, engraving, spirit mechanisms, and control, etc. Few. Worthy of the system. Even though I've experienced it once before, this sensation still feels incredibly profound. Lu Changsheng breathed out deeply and looked at his own hands. Not only was his mind filled with loads of knowledge about puppets, but his hands also felt like they had been crafting, assembling, polishing, and refining puppets for decades. If he had a pile of materials now, he could perform live puppet crafting with his bare hands. However, this puppet skill doesn't seem as good as I thought it would be. After absorbing the second-rank puppet skills, Lu Changsheng slightly frowned. Based on his new understanding of puppet crafting, he realized there were several significant issues with making puppets. It took time. It cost money. Even with second-rank puppet skills and being a second-tier top-level puppet master, working with the right materials, it would still take 2 or 3 days, maybe even longer, to craft an ordinary first-grade low-quality puppet. For a first-grade middle-grade puppet, at least 7 or 8 days, possibly up to a fortnight. And as for first-grade high-quality puppets, even longer, usually starting from a fortnight. With his regular cultivation, talisman making, spending time with his wives and concubines, and child creation, Lu Changsheng clearly knew he did not have enough time or energy to mass-produce puppets. Moreover, the material costs for creating puppets were high. Lu Changsheng made a rough estimate. Just the material cost for an ordinary first-grade low-quality puppet would be around 20 or 30 spirit stones. Although he wasn't sure of the exact price of a low-grade puppet, he vaguely knew that the price of one would not exceed 100 spirit stones. That meant that crafting a puppet, busying himself for 3 or 4 days, would only yield 3 or 4 times the profit. This profitability paled in comparison to talisman making. It was downright embarrassing. No wonder there exists a hierarchy among craftsmen. Formation, alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman making, the mainstream arts, look down on other crafts. Puppetry might be decent within the myriad arts of cultivation, but compared to the relatively effortless and highly profitable talisman making, the difference is immediately apparent. Furthermore, among the mainstream 4 arts of cultivation, talisman making is ranked at the bottom. Lu Changsheng shook his head, reflecting. Suddenly, he felt that these second-rank puppet skills were somewhat superfluous to his current situation. Firstly, this skill was not a means to make money. Chapter 141. Screwing on the Assembly Line. Earning money from making puppets could never be as easy or quick as earning money from talisman making. Then, the time and material costs of the production are too high. It made him immediately abandon the strategy of the puppet sea battle he had imagined. Even for a first-grade inferior puppet, he couldn't afford many. As for making second-rank puppets, that was even more out of the question. It's not that he couldn't create them. He simply didn't have the money. Xianxia wasn't very clear on the material costs for a second-rank puppet, but his preliminary estimate was at least several thousand spirit stones. This is too hard. Xianxia sighed deeply. It felt like everywhere on the path of cultivation required money. He now needed money to save the unfortunate female cultivators at White Jade Tower. He also needed money to buy a first-grade premium talisman brush, to purchase second-rank talisman materials, and to draw second-rank talismans. Barely having enough money as it was, and in great need of it, where would he find the funds to buy materials to make second-rank puppets? Alas, one person can only do so much. If you try to do everything yourself, it's just too hard. There's simply not enough time and energy. No wonder many artisans choose to join a power. Xianxia shook his head in contemplation. He also understood why many would choose to join a power. Because by joining a power, there were many conveniences. Just like when he was with the Lu family, he also benefited from the family. But the problem was his second-rank talismans and the second-rank puppets he currently couldn't be shown. He couldn't quickly convert them into resources. And with his current lack of strength, he didn't dare reveal his second-rank skills. Otherwise, what would he do if he ended up as a tool person drawing talismans for 8 hours a day? Wait a second. Puppet making, though difficult, is mainly complex. Not only do you need to refine materials, create parts, craft components, and assemble them, but you also have to engrave spiritual pattern formations onto the puppets, and so on. One person trying to master all of this is, of course, very hard, but these steps can be divided up and done by different people. Xianxia assimilated the puppet knowledge in his mind. All of a sudden, he felt producing puppets was a bit like the assembly line factory where he had screwed in bolts in his previous life, and an idea occurred to him. If a person only had to master one thing, wouldn't that be much simpler? I could find a group of somewhat talented apprentices and teach them different parts of puppet making, parts, components, and assembly to different people. Then, I could teach the most central spiritual pattern formation engraving to a trustworthy person. Wouldn't that achieve an assembly line for puppets? As long as the puppets are industrialized on an assembly line and the quantity goes up, wouldn't making money become simpler? After all, no matter how profitable talisman making is, it's still just one person. How can that compare to the products of an assembly line? Xianxia thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more feasible this idea seemed to Xianxia. Talisman making had to be done by himself. But with his skills in second-rank puppet making, as a master second-rank puppet maker, he found that puppet making could absolutely be divided up among multiple workers. The difficulty of this art lay in its complexity. You had to create and refine the numerous parts and components of a puppet, assemble them, then engrave the spiritual pattern formations upon the puppet. One even needed to understand mechanical techniques, human biomechanics, physics, mechanical construction, and a whole bunch of other things. But if these parts were divided up and industrialized, allowing different people to work on them, the barriers suddenly lowered. There was a definite hope of creating an assembly line industry. If I can think of this, surely others could too, right? Forget it. For now, this is a bit too far-fetched for me. I'll wait until I'm stronger and consider it then. Xianxia shook his head, pushing down the idea that had just come to him. To build a puppet-making industry, he would still need a certain level of strength before he could start to implement it. Currently, with no money and no strength, it's better to stick to making talismans to earn money, to survive and grow. Looking at the sky outside, which was almost evening, Lu Changsheng walked out of the spiritual talisman shop. He prepared himself to purchase some materials for making puppets. Despite the high costs, since he had the skills, he had to put them to use and create a couple for fun. If all else failed, they could later serve as toys for his children. Lu Changsheng didn't go to the loose cultivator market to buy materials. This round trip would take too long, and by the time he finished, it would be dark. An hour later, Lu Changsheng arrived at the Qingyun Commerce Guild. This was a shop opened by the Qingyun sect itself, with 7 floors, and was extremely luxurious. Inside, elixir medicines, magic artifacts, cultivation techniques, heavenly and earthly treasures, and more were sold, all with guarantees. Lu Changsheng went to the Qingyun Commerce Guild and purchased materials for making a first-grade inferior puppet and a first-grade middle-grade puppet. He also casually bought some spiritual materials needed for practicing the 100 Refinements treasure body technique. Even though he was making rapid progress with the Black Dragon magical bead for the treasure body technique, Lu Changsheng still spent an hour each day cultivating the 100 Refinements treasure body technique. Eventually, Lu Changsheng bought everything he needed, spending 236 spirit stones, adding more difficulties to his already not affluent household. The day of his visit to the White Jade Tower would be postponed yet again. After leaving the Qingyun Commerce Guild, Lu Changsheng passed by the Thousand Mechanism Pavilion, a shop selling puppets. He went in to inquire about the prices of the puppets. The shopkeeper told him that different puppets, with different effects, even of the same grade, have different prices. Then he told him the rough prices of the puppets. A first-grade inferior puppet cost about 70 to 80 spirit stones. Chapter 142. Screwing on the Assembly Line. A first-grade middle-grade puppet costs about 300 spirit stones. A first-grade superior grade puppet costs about 1,100 spirit stones. A first-grade supreme puppet costs about 3,000 spirit stones. After hearing the prices, Lu Changsheng bid farewell and left. It was not that the prices were too high, he was just inquiring about how much the puppets could sell for. Regarding the prices, Lu Changsheng could only say that puppets indeed made money. But compared to talismans, they could only be considered as earning a bit of hard-earned money. Of course, if the other party's production resembled the assembly line process he envisioned, that would be a different story. After buying the materials, Lu Changsheng didn't return to the spiritual talisman shop, but went straight home instead. After all, there was a child born in the family today, so naturally, he wanted to go back early and check. Once home, Lu Changsheng visited his newborn child and carried it to the yard to sit leisurely. Occasionally sitting in the yard with the child, enjoying the quiet, was also a form of relaxation for Lu Changsheng. Of course, that was under the premise that the child wasn't crying. After sitting quietly for a while, Bai came to report to Lu Changsheng that Xia Long from next door had come to visit. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately got up, handed the child to Bai He, and went to greet Xia Long with a hearty laugh. This neighbor was a major customer of his. Every few months, he would come to purchase talismans, and he would always buy superior grade talismans. He was considered a fairly stable channel for selling talismans. Lu Daoist, are you preparing for another adventure? Lu Changsheng arrived in the main hall, saw Xia Long, and asked. He remembered that the latter had returned just a half a month ago. Yes, I'm already 50 years old. If I don't give it my all now, there won't be any opportunity left. Besides, there are twin children at home who are about to start their cultivation. Xia Long sighed and spoke thus. Lu Changsheng knew that when he said there won't be any opportunity left, he was referring to foundation establishment. In the cultivation world, there's a widespread saying. If a cultivator wants to tackle foundation establishment, the last age limit is 60 years old. After 60, the body will start to decline. Not only will the chance of successfully establishing a foundation decrease, but the risk will also become greater. After all, foundation establishment is no joke. If the process fails, one might end up lightly wounded and regress in cultivation level, or at worst suffer severe damage to the meridians, become a cripple, or even directly perish. Lu Daoist, What kind of talismans are you looking for this time? Lu Changsheng didn't dwell on the topic, but asked directly. Do you have any thunder summoning talismans, golden light barrier talismans, sweet dew talismans, and escape talismans? Xiao Long inquired. There are several of those talismans carried by Lu. How many of each do you need, Xia Daoist? Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Do you have 2 or 3 thunder summoning talismans? Xiao Long asked. Just so happens I have 3. If you need them, Xia Daoist, I could sell all of them to you, as I just so happen need to restock next month. Lu Changsheng said. Of course, that was not true. The talismans he sold to Xiao Long were usually ones he had drawn for his own protection and carried on himself. He had over 100 superior grade talismans, and about 50 supreme talismans. The reason there were only so many talismans and he didn't draw more was partly because of limited time. Furthermore, aside from personal defense, he had no secure channel for selling them. Material costs were what they were, so it wasn't good to stockpile too many. Then I thank you, Lu Daoist. Aside from the 3 thunder summoning talismans, I would like one of each of the other 3 types of talismans. Xiao Long said, Xia Daoist, you're purchasing so many talismans this time. Is the place you're going to particularly dangerous? I also have a thunder talisman on me for personal protection. If you need it, I can sell that to you as well. Lu Changsheng thought that he was currently in need of money, and having dealt with Xiao Long as a neighbor for so long, he felt it was possible to sell the other party 1 or 2 supreme talismans. After all, he did have a thunder talisman given to him by the 4th elder, which made the offer plausible. Daoist, Lu actually has a supreme talisman available for sale? I wonder at what price you are selling it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long's face immediately lit up with joy. This is also for self-defense from my family elders. If Daoist Xia needs it, consider it as me selling next month's supreme talisman from the store in advance. As for the price, I tell it'll be the same as the store's 220 spirit stones. Lu Changxing said so. Okay, then thank you very much, Daoist Lu. Xiao Long immediately clasped his hands in thanks. In the Nine Dragons market, supreme talismans were not so easy to buy. Now that he heard there were some available, he naturally wanted to purchase them. Daoist Xia is too courteous. Lu Changsheng took out 7 talismans from his storage bag and then said, that will be a total of 490 spirit stones. Just give me 450 spirit stones, Daoist Xia. He would always give Xiao Long a discounted price when trading with him. This was one of the reasons why the other party regularly came to him to purchase talismans. Not only was the channel stable, the quality of the talismans was guaranteed, and the prices were relatively favorable. All right, thank you, Daoist Lu. Xiao Long was also very straightforward. He took out 450 spirit stones from his storage bag and then took his leave. Lu Changxing saw him out and then hummed contentedly. Indeed, talismans are the true path to wealth. What good are those trashy puppet masters? They're not worth a damn. The cost of these 7 talismans, 6 superior grade talismans, was about 15 spirit stones. And the cost for the Supreme Talisman Thunder Talisman was only 7 spirit stones. The cost of 22 spirit stones in total was sold for 450 spirit stones, a profit of more than 20 times over. It was completely incomparable to making puppets. I could go to White Jade Tower tomorrow. Looking at the warm spirit stones, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He also had over 200 spirit stones on him, plus these 450, he could find 1 or 2 high-quality female cultivators. At the same time, he hoped that Daoist Xia could return safely. Otherwise, he would lose a stable major client. The next day, Lu Changsheng, with his spirit stones, arrived at the White Jade Tower. Having been through the process before, he spent 580 spirit stones and bought 2 maids, one with a 9th grade spiritual root and the other with an 8th grade spiritual root. Both were pitiful people with good looks and figures, which stirred compassion. Lu Changsheng had a soft spot for such pitiable people. Originally, he could have bought someone with his 7th grade spiritual root with the spirit stones he had. But after some consideration, Lu Changsheng decided to buy 2 instead. He wanted both quality and quantity. As before, he would have to wait for notification from the White Jade Tower. Sigh, the White Jade Tower really is a gold mine. Next time I have money, I should first buy materials for second-rank talismans. Lu Changsheng walked out of the White Jade Tower, sighed, and shook his head. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. Lu Changsheng's 41st child was born. And at this time, Lu Changsheng was also preparing to return home for a visit. There were still about 10 days until the Lu family's spiritual root testing ceremony. Lu Pingon, Lu Wuyo, Lu Wuyu, and Lu Shilo were all set to participate. Even though he already knew the outcome, that the 4 children participating in the test had no spiritual root, it was still the first time his children were attending the spiritual root testing ceremony. He, as a father, had to go back and witness it. I hope there won't be any mishaps this time when I go back alone, Lu Changxing thought to himself as he walked. To avoid drawing attention in the marketplace for being too flamboyant, he had disguised himself this time, transforming into a dark-skinned, ordinary-looking young man. Chapter 143. Dad, can I cultivate without a spiritual root? _1 After leaving the Nine Dragons Market, Lu Changsheng did not ride the Iron Feather Eagle. Instead, he took out a flying artifact he had once acquired from a robber cultivator from his storage bag. Now that he had broken through to the energy refinement late stage, he was also able to maneuver the flying artifact to travel. Of course, Lu Changsheng had no intention of flying back to Qingzhou Mountain on the artifact. That would be unrealistic. He simply thought that since he had disguised himself, he might as well make the disguise convincing, and to experience the flying artifact as well. This flying artifact was shaped like a circular wheel. Lu Changsheng channeled his spiritual power into it and threw it into the air before jumping onto it. With a slight movement of his mental spirit and maintaining it with his spiritual power, the wheel began to fly. The base speed of this flying artifact was not very fast. It was only a bit faster than a spirit steed, but compared to a flying sword artifact, it consumed very little spiritual power. If one wanted to increase speed for escaping or such, the consumption of spiritual power would increase exponentially. After flying about 10 kilometers, Lu Changsheng felt that 1/10 of his spiritual power was depleted. Such a flying artifact consumes quite a lot and is not suitable for long-distance travel. For long-distance flight during the Qi refinement realm, one still needs to rely on flying mounts or flying boats that fly using spirit stones. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. He then descended from the flying artifact, took out the Iron Feather Eagle from the spiritual pet bag, and mounted it. Flap! Flap! The Iron Feather Eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, speeding towards Qingzhou Mountain. 2 days later, Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Changsheng, handsome and tall, dressed in a blue silk robe embroidered with bamboo leaves, dismounted from the Iron Feather Eagle. The journey had been very smooth, with no incidents. But now, with a cultivation level in the late stage of Qi refinement, more than 100 superior grade talismans, about 50 supreme talismans, and a talisman treasure, Lu Changsheng also felt a sense of security in his heart. It was not as worrisome as before during the trip. After Lu Changsheng returned home, his wives and children were naturally overjoyed. While chatting with Lu Miaoyun, he also learned that the testing for spiritual roots would begin in 5 days. He also found out that during his last 3 days at home, one of his wives had conceived, meaning that the maid he had impregnated at the Nine Dragons Market was carrying his 50th child. After spending some time at home with his wives and daughters, Lu Changsheng went to pay his respects to the 4th elder. After all, having returned, he had to pay a visit. Knowing that Lu Changsheng had come back for his children's spiritual root testing, the 4th elder did not say much. He inquired about Lu Changsheng's past 3 months and checked his talisman skills. 5 days later, the Lu family's testing for spiritual roots began. Lu Changsheng, accompanied by Lu Lanchu, Lu Qing'er, Lu Zier, and Lu Lianer, along with their 4 children, arrived at a square at Qingzhou Villa. The ceremony for testing spiritual roots was held here. There, Lu Changsheng saw many Lu family disciples. He also saw the immortal seedlings that had come with him to the Lu family. All were there with their children to participate in the testing ceremony. But although it was called a grand ceremony, there were not many people. The number of children was around 40. Everyone line up. The testing was presided over by an elder of the Lu family. Uncle Fu and several Lu family disciples maintained order. Lu Changsheng also had his 4 little ones line up to wait for their spiritual roots to be tested. The artifact used for testing spiritual roots was a crystal column about 1 meter long. The children stepped forward, dropped a drop of blood on it, then touched it with both hands and waited for 30 seconds. If they possessed spiritual roots, the crystal column would react. Now, the testing for spiritual roots begins. Seeing that the time was right, the Lu family elder started and allowed the first child to step forward. Husband. All 4 of Lu Lanchu's children looked tense and full of hope and expectation. This moment would determine the fate of their children. If they were without spiritual roots, they would only be able to become ordinary mortals. Although with the support of the Lu family and Lu Changsheng, their children could lead a life of wealth and ease in the secular world. As mothers, they naturally hoped their children would have spiritual roots and be able to cultivate, to become exalted cultivators. Seeing their nervous faces, Lu Changsheng sighed softly without saying a word. He simply gently patted their hands, signaling them not to be too nervous. Next, next, next. One by one, the children stepped forward to be tested. But the crystal column remained unresponsive, meaning they did not possess spiritual roots. Seeing this scene, not only did the surrounding parents and elders feel nervous and disappointed, the children in line also became tense. Having grown up in the environment of Qingzhou Mountain, they were well aware that this moment concerned their future destiny. Just then, a child placed their palm on the crystal column. It revealed 3 layers of light with a faint red hue. Not bad, a 7th grade spiritual root with a propensity for fire. The elder responsible for testing spiritual roots saw this and smiled. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. My son has spiritual roots, 7th grade spiritual roots. A young man, not far away, cried out excitedly after seeing this. Lu Changsheng remembered him. He was one of the immortal seedlings who had come to the Lu family with him. Unexpectedly, the man's first child had spiritual roots, and they were 7th grade. That was indeed fortunate. No loud noises, Uncle Fu reminded in a low voice. But he did not blame the man. The testing continued and found another child with 8th grade spiritual roots. It was the child of a direct descendant of the Lu family. And now it was Lu Pinggan's turn. Chapter 144. Dad, can I not cultivate without a spiritual root? As Lu Changsheng had anticipated, nothing unexpected occurred. The crystal cylinder remained unresponsive. Not only him, but following suit, Lu Wuyu, and Lu Xila all experienced the same result. Sigh. Watching the 4 children complete the test, none of them possessing a spiritual root. Even though he had been mentally prepared for this, aware of the likelihood, Lu Changsheng still let out a slight sigh. Dad, Mom. The 4 little ones came over. Due to not having detected a spiritual root, their little faces showed a touch of disappointment. They were all over 5, almost 6 years old. They also roughly understood what a spiritual root meant. Although Lu Changsheng had inoculated them with reality, telling them that cultivation wasn't all that great and that a mortal life could be good as well. Nevertheless, these children were mostly raised by their mother. Compared to Lu Changsheng, she held even greater hopes for them to soar to great heights. It's fine, most people don't have a spiritual root. If not, then so be it. Come on, Dad will take you home for some delicious food. Lu Changsheng rubbed the heads of his 4 children and spoke in a tender voice. MHM. Daddy, I want to eat beast milk cake. Lu Wuyo and Lu Xila, the 2 girls, seemed to take it slightly better and smiled. Lu Pinggan and Lu Wuyu didn't take it quite as well. The family of 9 headed home. Just as they reached their doorstep, Lu Pinggan suddenly looked up and said to Lu Changsheng, Dad, does not having a spiritual root really mean one can't become a cultivator? I want to become a cultivator, just like you." On hearing this, Lu Changsheng saw the hopeful look in his son's eyes and paused, feeling a pang of heartache. Yet he could only respond without words. Without a spiritual root, one cannot cultivate. This was the unassailable truth, an iron law of the cultivation world. Even with a system at his disposal, he did not dare claim he could break this iron law. He opened his mouth as if wanting to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. "Pingon." Lu Lanshu immediately looked at her son with a hint of sternness in her eyes, yet they radiated with compassion. "Dad, don't be sad. Pingon will not cultivate anymore." On hearing this, Lu Pingon looked at his father's countenance, pursed his lips, and immediately spoke. "Daddy, don't be sad." Lu Wuyo, on the side, also said in a childish voice. Although the little ones were still young, they understood a great deal. Lu Changsheng looked at his sensible children, feeling somewhat gratified, but also a bit ashamed. Gently, he stroked their heads, but said nothing. The next day, Lu Changsheng rode the iron feather eagle back to the Nine Dragons marketplace. "Alas, I thought after all these years my heart had turned to stone." Lu Changsheng, thinking of the previous day's events, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Considering that this situation would recur annually made him sigh again. In this world, who can truly have it all? This is but one of the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Lu Changsheng, gazing at the clear blue sky and the forests and peaks below, let out a long breath as if to expel all the frustration from his chest. Just then, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt the fluctuation of several auras from the side. He looked over. He saw a slender young man in luxurious clothing riding a purple flying serpent. Behind him, 3 figures were chasing on a cloud of darkness while 2 others, using flying artifacts, continued to attack the young man. It was clear that they were in pursuit, intent on killing him. Lu Changsheng was a bit surprised at the scene. The young man apparently had the cultivation level of the energy refinement late stage. Yet, despite facing 5 cultivators' assault, he was only slightly flustered. While parrying their onslaught, he could also manage to direct a swarm of golden insects, like bees, towards the 5 pursuers. "Go!" Lu Changsheng didn't look any further. A wise man stays away from danger. He immediately directed the iron feather eagle to dive below, not wanting to get involved in this situation. However, the young man riding the flying serpent also noticed Lu Changsheng, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That glance made Lu Changsheng feel as if thorns were pricking his back. This further convinced him that the young man was no ordinary individual. "Fellow Taoist, to meet is to share fate. I offer you a great opportunity. This is a bottle of Xianxia true water, a Foundation Establishment spiritual object. It aids in the Foundation establishment process." With that, the young man shouted out to Lu Changsheng. He directly tossed a black porcelain bottle towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened slightly. He instantly knew that the other was attempting to divert trouble towards him. But upon hearing the words Foundation Establishment spiritual object and seeing the approaching bottle, he couldn't help but be tempted and caught it with his hand. After all, he had reached the 7th level of energy refinement. It was time for him to consider Foundation Establishment. To achieve Foundation Establishment, it's best to use external aids, not just rely on oneself. 99% of cultivators utilize external objects to boost their chances during Foundation Establishment. Otherwise, attempting Foundation Establishment without any aid was tantamount to courting death. Among the objects that offer the most significant aid to Foundation Establishment is the Foundation Establishment Elixir. During Foundation Establishment, if one consumes an elixir, it can stabilize chi in blood, massively increase mana, stimulate divine sense, and harmonize spirit, energy, and soul. Even if one fails in Foundation Establishment, they won't suffer from the backlash. Besides the elixir, there are numerous Foundation Establishment spiritual objects that can aid in the process. This Xianxia true water is especially helpful for overcoming one of the 3 barriers of Foundation Establishment, the Qi, blood barrier, the mana barrier, and the divine sense barrier, particularly with the mana barrier. To keep or not to keep, even if I don't use this Xianxia true water myself, wouldn't it fetch at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones if I sold it? Lu Changsheng thought to himself while looking at the porcelain bottle. After a brief consideration of the pros and cons, Lu Changsheng immediately made a decision. Having already gotten involved, even if he didn't want the object, things probably wouldn't just end there. Moreover, he wanted it. Chapter 145. Dad, can I cultivate without a spiritual root? If I want the item and prefer not to start trouble, then there's only one solution. Lu Changsheng looked indifferently at the youth and the 5 people pursuing him. The 5 people chasing the youth saw this, and even though they knew the youth was drawing disaster toward them, the leader did not hesitate. He directly said, "Third, fourth, go retrieve the Xianxia true water." "Yes, big brother." Upon hearing this, the 2 men looked toward Lu Changsheng, maneuvered their flying magic artifacts, and charged straight at the iron feather eagle. Buzz! Lu Changsheng immediately cast a golden light barrier talisman. A layer of golden light spread, enveloping both him and the iron feather eagle. The iron feather eagle couldn't afford any mishaps. Otherwise, there was still a whole day's journey to the 9 Dragons Market. Immediately after, in his 2 hands, he held a dozen or so talismans in one and a thick talisman inscribed with a golden brick in the other. It was precisely the golden light brick talisman treasure. The youth in front of him and these 5 were no ordinary people. Therefore, if he were to take action, he had to be decisive and end the battle quickly. Superior grade talismans. Looks like you're quite wealthy, kid. However, we of the Co-Family 5 Fierce take a fancy to something, and you dare to gather it up. Aren't you afraid you'll have the luck to gather it, but no life to enjoy it? Third and fourth charged towards Lu Changsheng with a grim smile on their faces. One was wielding a great saber, and the other a great hammer, both exuding immensely fierce might. A golden light barrier talisman was only a superior grade talisman, and it could probably only withstand 1 or 2 hits. Watching the great saber and hammer coming at him, Lu Changsheng's expression remained indifferent, his robes fluttering without wind, rustling loudly as he threw out the stack of talismans in his hand. Out of nowhere, fire clouds, fire serpents, and wind blades appeared and sped towards the 2 men. "Kid, with just these tricks, you think you can snatch treasure from us?" "That's simply..." Third and fourth saw the onslaught and remained unfazed, their hands performing a spell to protect themselves with magic artifacts. However, in the next moment, they saw a golden, glowing rectangular object in Lu Changsheng's hand shoot up into the air, quickly enlarging and shining brightly. It emitted a majestic aura like mountains, making them feel weighted down as if a great mountain had fallen on them. Their complexions instantly turned pale. "This is a talisman treasure," they both exclaimed in shock and anger. They never expected that the youth they had been chasing was extremely difficult to deal with, and that their group of 5 brothers had been chasing him for half a day. Now, they encountered another youth on the road, thinking he would be easy to deal with, but he used a talisman treasure right away. This was outrageous. Perhaps today they hadn't checked the almanac before leaving their home. "Fellow Taoist, please stop. It's a misunderstanding, This foundation establishment spiritual object will be given to you as a gift." Right, let's talk. Third and fourth immediately shouted loudly. They couldn't fathom why someone who would use a talisman treasure would be interested in a mere foundation establishment spiritual object. To create such a scene over a foundation establishment spiritual object? And moreover, who uses a talisman treasure as an immediate response in a confrontation instead of keeping it in hand as a deterrent? Third and fourth were utterly baffled. They just couldn't understand. It wasn't just them. The youth and the other 3 watching the scene were also stunned and confused. They had never seen anyone act like this before. Too late. Lu Changsheng responded coldly to their words. Once a talisman treasure was used, there was no talking of stopping it. Third, fourth. The tall man on the other side of the dark clouds shouted urgently. With a pinch of a spell, he summoned a blood-colored chain that shot towards the third and fourth brothers like a blood serpent, intending to escape with them in tow. But the golden light brick had already descended like a golden mountain upon them, crashing down heavily. Under its spiritual pressure, the two had no means of resistance. Even the blood-colored chain coming towards them briefly hesitated. Boom! As the golden light brick came smashing down, the two were crushed and sent flying, plummeting from the sky. You killed my third and fourth brothers. Today, I will kill you. The tall man standing on the dark cloud looked shocked and angry as he extended his right hand, placing his middle and index fingers to his lips and biting down, squeezing out a drop of exceptionally thick blood from the wound. Then, with a strong flick, a bizarrely shaped flying dagger appeared, radiating blood-red light, shooting towards Lu Changsheng at high speed. Not good. Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed, realizing this attack was no simple matter. The enemy wanted to take advantage of the gap between talisman treasures to kill him outright. He immediately took out another talisman, a supreme talisman, the Golden Light Bodyguard Charm. At the same time, he summoned the middle-grade magical shield he had obtained from a robber cultivator, which he had reserved for his own use. The earthen-yellow shield, like a massive wall, was immensely thick and positioned before him. Simultaneously, Lu Changsheng used his mental spirit to control the Golden Light Brick Talisman treasure. He readied the Golden Light Brick for a second attack, locking onto the life force of the youth on the Flying Serpent and the three on the Dark Cloud. If they wanted the treasures, but didn't want to stir up trouble, then killing everyone would be the perfect solution to prevent future problems. Armed with lethal weapons, the intent to kill arose spontaneously. Having tasted success in 2 previous encounters, Lu Changsheng not only felt sweet satisfaction, but also gained a measure of confidence. He was confident that as long as he didn't face a Foundation Establishment Great Cultivator, he had nothing to fear. As for a Foundation Establishment Great Cultivator, as long as he wasn't face-to-face, he was still willing to fight. The blood-colored flying dagger shot forth, piercing through the magical shield that Lu Changsheng had summoned, causing his eyes to narrow. He hurriedly took out 5 golden light barrier talismans, layering 5 levels of golden light barriers on himself. In a magical duel, one absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. With ferocious might, the blood-colored flying dagger, after breaking through the magical shield, instantly reached Lu Changsheng and penetrated 3 layers of the golden light barrier talismans before it ran out of force upon the 4th layer. Such a fierce assault, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel shocked. Without distraction, he controlled the golden light brick, which had risen anew, to smash down towards the 4 of them. Fellow Taoist, this is a misunderstanding. The skinny youth riding the flying serpent felt a heaviness in his body and shouted loudly. He immediately slapped his waist bag, and suddenly countless black insects appeared, enveloping his body like armor, in an attempt to escape. And the 3 on the dark cloud, at this moment, knew they had lost the chance to kill Lu Changsheng. After exchanging glances, they pinched their spells together, transforming the dark cloud beneath them into a blood color, forcibly breaking free from the suppression of the golden light brick's power and trying to escape the reach of the golden light brick. Lu Changsheng hadn't expected all 4 of them to have such tactics up their sleeves. Indeed, they were not simple. He immediately took out 3 talismans and set them off. A superior grade talisman, the soul-shaking talisman. A supreme talisman, the thunder talisman. A supreme talisman, the heaven and earth net talisman. With the launch of the 3 talismans, a thunderous, dull sound appeared out of the void first. It unsettled the heart and induced fear. Immediately after, a thunderbolt exploded along the escape route of the 3 above the blood cloud, blocking their retreat. Then a black net large enough to stretch all around took shape, trapping the 4 and closing in on them. Chapter 146. Is this also considered peach blossom luck? _1 not good. Second brother, fifth brother, hold on. The four individuals, upon seeing the heaven and earth net converging from all directions and the heavy bombardment of golden light bricks from above, also abandoned their fight against each other and, in order to protect themselves, simultaneously launched their techniques. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gaunt young man riding on the flying serpent had innumerable dense bugs appear around him, turning him, who seemed to be already clad in insect armor, into a pitch-black bug cocoon. As for the three brothers on the blood cloud, the eldest clasped his hands in a spell, causing the blood cloud to boil and surge, wrapping all three brothers within, in an attempt to break free from the heaven and earth net. The second brother stimulated several talismans in succession, creating protective shields of air around them. The youngest brother then took out a blue magic bead the size of a fist that emitted a pale blue glow and suspended it above his head. At that instant, bang! The golden light bricks, large as small mountains, fell heavily onto the four. Xianxia could tell that the four were no simpletons, which is why he did not pull back his attack. He pushed the golden light bricks to their limit, dropping them directly from the air to smash the four to the ground and grind them into mush. Indeed, they didn't die. Now, at the 7th level energy refinement, Xianxia, whether in terms of controlling the talisman treasure golden light bricks or in his mental spirit perception, had become much stronger. He could sense that the four being smashed by the golden light bricks had not yet died and were still resisting, trying to break free from the golden light bricks, tried to escape the bonds of the heaven and earth net talisman. He immediately took out another stack of talismans. Supreme Talisman, Heaven and Earth Net Talisman. Supreme Talisman, Chaos Talisman. Superior Grade Talisman, Binding Body Talisman. Superior Grade Talisman, Dungeon Talisman. 2 Heaven and Earth Net talismans flew out. Everywhere they went, black nets formed, covering all around the golden light bricks, to prevent the four from truly escaping from under the assault of the golden light bricks. The Chaos Talisman could disrupt the spiritual power of energy refinement cultivators, causing internal spiritual power to become chaotic. The Binding Body Talisman could restrain and bind a person's body, affecting their movements. A Chaos Talisman and 4 Binding Body Talismans turned into rainbows of light and shot towards the ground beneath the golden light bricks, disturbing the resistance of the four. Then, Xianxia commanded the Iron Feather Eagle to dive rapidly, preparing to cast the Dungeon Talisman in the area where the golden light bricks were about to land. But at that moment, the Iron Feather Eagle, under the imposing might of the golden light bricks, got frightened, cried out, and refused to approach. Motherfucker! Xianxia glanced at the unimpressive Iron Feather Eagle, tossed out his flying artifact, jumped onto a round wheel, and quickly descended, activating the Dungeon Talisman. He directly solidified the ground into a cage to prevent the four from escaping at the moment of impact using Earth escape techniques. After he finished, Xianxia held another stack of attack talismans in his hand. If the four still had a breath of life after that, he would give them another round of firepower. Just then, boom! The golden light bricks fell from the sky with great force, crashing to the ground and making a world-shaking noise. It seemed as though the entire mountain range quaked violently. All the birds and demon beasts in the vicinity were so terrified that they trembled and scattered in all directions, flying out of the forest. The already startled Iron Feather Eagle let out a deafening screech at the sound, flapping its wings as though it might crash. Xianxia paid no attention to the Iron Feather Eagle. Watching the golden light bricks standing tall on the ground like a golden hill, his eyes narrowed slightly. Are they dead? At that moment, he himself wasn't sure if the four were actually dead. After all, from their earlier display, it was clear that their techniques were anything but simple. If it weren't for his talismans blocking their way, he would have almost let the four escape from beneath the assault of the golden light bricks. Pity, I don't understand formations, nor do I have a formation artifact. Otherwise, setting up a formation now would make things much more secure, Lu Chongqing mused to himself. Thinking this over, he took another stack of talismans out of his storage bag. Superior Grade Talisman, Earth Collapse Rocket Talisman. Superior Grade Talisman, Blue-Silver Entwining Talisman. Supreme Talisman, Chaos Talisman. He set up 4 traps in 4 different directions around the golden light bricks. The moment anyone dared to move even slightly, they would trigger the Earth Collapse Rocket Talisman and the Blue-Silver Entwining Talisman. They would be caught off guard, entangled by blue vines sprouting from the ground in a burst, while being simultaneously targeted by rockets. As for the Chaos Talisman, it was to be used in conjunction with the attack talismans in his hand to disrupt the 4's spiritual power before a barrage of firepower. Having made the preparations, Lu Changsheng's mental spirit stirred slightly, allowing the golden light bricks to slowly rise. If the 4 still showed signs of life, he wouldn't have to trigger any more talisman treasures. He could simply drop them again. As the golden light bricks rose, a pit appeared, both dozens of feet wide and deep. Lu Chongsheng, standing tall and straight on his flying artifact, slowly moved forward and peered into the pit. Inside it, the 3 brothers from the blood cloud had become unrecognizable masses of flesh and blood, dead beyond any doubt. And that young man who had turned into a huge bug cocoon had become dried up and lifeless. The purple flying snake next to them was a blur of blood and flesh as well. Lu Chongsheng used his mental spirit to sense for a moment, assuring himself there was no breath of life from the 3 masses of flesh and the huge cocoon, nor from the purple python, before he finally felt at ease. Still, to be utterly cautious, Lu Chongsheng produced fireballs in his palm, shooting them into the pit. Cultivators had many techniques, and these were no easy targets. He had to be careful. Only when reduced to ashes could one be sure they were truly dead. Under the fireballs, the 3 masses of flesh and the flying snake turned into remains, burnt by the flames until very little was left. The black bug cocoon crackled as it burned in the fire. Then suddenly, the black cocoon shook violently, and a gaunt figure shot out from it, trying to leap out of the deep pit. When the next moment, blue vines burst rapidly from the ground, binding the figure. At the same time, rockets appeared out of nowhere, targeting the young man and firing towards him. Chapter 147. Is this also considered peach blossom luck? Lu Chongsheng, standing atop the wheel, was shocked by the sight before him. He had not expected this young man to still be alive, and immediately threw out a talisman. Are you crazy or something? Can't you handle a loss? Seeing this turn of events, the young man's face instantly turned extremely unsightly. It was as if Shimin Qing was caught in the act with Pan Jinlian by Wu Dalong and Wu Er. He had never seen someone like this before. The man used talisman treasures right from the start, treating talismans as if they cost him nothing. Do your talismans cost you nothing? He deeply regretted his actions, filled with remorse. Foolishly leading trouble to his own doorstep was what he was playing at. Now it seemed he was about to turn the situation on its head, not only facing a heavy loss, but he also might end up falling here. He slapped his palm, using a supreme talisman, the Golden Light Bodyguard Charm, enveloping himself in golden light. At the same time, he took out a blue pearl and, holding it high above his head, said threateningly, "If you attack again, it'll detonate this heavenly thunder pearl." Unprepared for mutual destruction. Heavenly thunder pearl? Lu Chongsheng heard this and observed the walnut-sized blue pearl in the other's hand, narrowing his eyes and halting his attack. He had never seen a heavenly thunder pearl before, but he had read about such things in books. Legend had it that the heavenly thunder pearl was forged by a nascent soul, true lord from the lightning between heaven and earth, with each pearl possessing immense power. Even a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage would be annihilated upon direct contact. He had not expected this young man to have a heavenly thunder pearl in his possession. Fellow Taoist, we have no grievances nor grudges. Why create such a scene? They say a fight leads to a friendship. Now that we've met, how about we let this go? The young man, seeing Lu Changsheng had stopped, opened his mouth to say, "How do we have no grievances? I was on my way when you intentionally led trouble to me. Would I have wasted a talisman treasure and so many talismans otherwise?" Lu Changsheng's expression was indifferent as he spoke coldly. "What do you mean by leading trouble? I simply felt a kindred spirit upon seeing you, fellow Taoist. Besides, that Foundation establishment spirit object should be compensation enough for your losses," the young man said sheepishly. "Haha." Lu Changsheng held a talisman, chuckling coldly. "So what do you propose?" The young man, hearing the cold chuckle, got somewhat angry. He was not accustomed to such humiliation. Not only had he nearly been killed today, but now he was humbling himself to make peace, and the other party responded with cold words. "Compensation. As long as you offer sufficient compensation, I will let you go," Lu Changsheng said, ignoring his attitude and pulling out a stack of supreme talismans. If he cowered just because of the opponent's heavenly thunder pearl, the initiative would be in the opponent's hands. He didn't believe the other party would really choose mutual destruction. Furthermore, by showing off these many supreme talismans, he was also making a show of force. He wanted the other party to know that if they went for mutual destruction, he might die, but Lu Changsheng might not. The young man, feeling the faint oppressive force from the golden light above his head and seeing the stack of talismans in Lu Changsheng's hand, realized he couldn't escape this situation. If he didn't bleed a little today, he feared he wouldn't be able to resolve this peacefully. He took a deep breath and took a jade box from his waist, then tossed it to Lu Changsheng, saying, "Inside is a heavenly heart lotus, also a Foundation establishment spirit object, helpful in developing divine sense during Foundation establishment. This should compensate for your losses, shouldn't it?" Lu Changsheng enveloped the jade box in spiritual power to check it. Afterward, he opened the box and saw inside a snow-white lotus flower emitting a faint glow. The moment the box was opened, a refreshing scent wafted out, invigorating the spirit. Good stuff. Lu Changsheng immediately closed the box, knowing such spiritual objects must be kept in a treasure box to prevent the loss of their potency. He then looked at the young man and said indifferently, "Give me one more Foundation establishment spirit object that benefits the physical body, and well, call it even. Do you think Foundation establishment spirit objects are just lying around everywhere? Where am I supposed to find so many?" The young man retorted angrily. To his knowledge, just one of these spirit objects could be worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones and was considered priceless. Having 2 of these spirit objects was already quite fortunate for him. Lu Changsheng, not believing his words, eyed him suspiciously. After all, the man had used a Foundation establishment spirit object when causing trouble. And now here was another Foundation establishment spirit object. To have survived the attack of his talisman treasure and so many talismans was no small feat now. To produce a heavenly thunder pearl of such rarity also indicated that the young man was no simple character. "What are you looking at? Are you going to let me go or not?" The young man became impatient under Lu Changsheng's scrutiny while holding the heavenly thunder pearl. "I saw you commanding so many insects. You must possess an insect commanding technique, right? Give me that technique, and well, settle this." Lu Changsheng didn't want to push the man to desperation. Even a corner dog will leap over a wall, much less a person. Thinking about the insect commanding technique the other party had used, he became interested. He thought it might be useful to raise some insects himself. "That's out of the question. It's a secret technique of my family." The young man immediately refused. He then added, "However, I can give you a beast taming inheritance." "Beast taming inheritance? Which grade?" Lu Changsheng inquired upon hearing this. He had been considering obtaining a method to tame and command beasts. Perhaps he could accelerate the growth of the 9 Netherhound. However, from his inquiries in the marketplace, he learned that knowledge was tightly monopolized in this world. This was true for both cultivation methods and the inheritance of various cultivator arts. First-grade inheritances were a little easier, being obtainable for the right price. But for higher grades, it wasn't simply a matter of spending money to acquire them. Of course, Lu Changsheng also knew that he hadn't reached that level yet. Chapter 148. Is this also considered peach blossom luck? A second-rank beast taming inheritance. The young man said, "Okay." Lu Changsheng nodded to the words. He wanted to see if this beast taming inheritance would be of any use to him. If not, a second-rank beast taming inheritance could still fetch a good price. Right away, the young man took a jade slip out of his storage bag and tossed it to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng wrapped the jade tube in mana and checked it. Afterward, he glanced through it briefly. It contained various methods of cultivating and training demon beasts. "Fine, you can go now." Lu Changsheng pocketed the jade slip and directly said. The youth was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Lu Changsheng to be so straightforward. Without hesitation, he threw out a flying artifact, stood on it, and then cautiously watched Lu Changsheng as he slowly left. Lu Changsheng watched the young man as well. He only relaxed after seeing that he was truly gone. With a wave of his hand, he collected the somewhat tattered magical robe, magical boots, and storage bag from the deep pit. Then he stored away the talisman treasure that was now significantly dimmed. Lu Changsheng estimated that if it were to burst forth like that again, it could probably only last 6 or 7 more times. If it were activated with full force by someone in the Foundation establishment stage, probably only twice. Lu Changsheng wasn't distressed and stowed the talisman treasure away. He then started to search for the magic artifacts that had fallen to the ground, as well as the magic artifacts and corpses of the two people. After all, it was all money. After searching for almost half an hour, Lu Changsheng found 2 bodies that were akin to lumps of flesh. He took out the damaged magical robe and storage bag from their bodies and helped them return to dust. Sigh, although I was led into trouble this time and had issues come upon me, in the end, I was also moved by greed, thinking of killing for treasure to make a quick buck after pocketing the items, Lu Changsheng said to himself. He was clearly aware that he had tasted the sweetness from the previous 2 times he had killed for treasure. Therefore, he also had some thoughts about such things. However, this time, it had also made him a bit more cautious and wary. Even with the talisman treasure by his side, and a bunch of superior and supreme talismans, it didn't mean he was invincible in the Qi refinement realm. Like the young man just now, whose methods were incredibly shocking. To still be alive under the attack of the talisman treasure and so many talismans was simply astonishing. Lu Changsheng couldn't even figure out how he had managed it. One must never underestimate anyone in this world. It's better to be stable and cautious, not to rush things. Lu Changsheng admonished himself. He decided to find a place to tally up his gains. Suddenly, he felt a fluctuation of mana coming his way. He looked up. It was the young man who had just left. Instantly, a stack of talismans appeared in his hand. "Wait, fellow Taoist, I came here because I want to propose a collaboration." The young man quickly raised his hand and said, looking at Lu Changsheng. "Collaboration?" Lu Changsheng frowned. He thought this person was troubled. They had just been fighting fiercely, and now he had come to propose a collaboration? In preparing to explore the cave mansion of a true immortal. "So I want to collaborate with you, friend, to explore together," the youth said. Not interested, Lu Changsheng flatly refused. He felt he had already been greedy enough just by killing people for their treasures, and he shouldn't do such things in the future. How could he possibly be interested in exploring any cave mansions, let alone a true immortal's cave mansion? Even if it were a nascent Soul True Lord's cave mansion, he wasn't interested. In the cultivation world, if you covet the treasures left by others, people will covet your own life. "Friend, I won't hide it from you. This true immortal's cave mansion is a legacy of my ancestors. Inside, there's a bloodline treasure that I greatly need, but I have just lost many resources and am not certain I can handle it alone, which is why I invited you to join me. I sincerely invite you, and after we explore the secret realm, aside from this bloodline treasure, you can choose any other items first." There should be some foundation, establishment, spirit objects beneficial for the fleshly body. The youth didn't expect Lu Changsheng to refuse flat out without even thinking and continue to speak. This trip was intended to accumulate strength for exploring this cave mansion. He didn't expect to attract the attention of the Ko clan's 5 fiends. He had hoped to lead the disaster eastward to mitigate the loss, but it ended up bringing trouble upon himself. Under Lu Changsheng's tactics, his losses were even more severe. Not only did his pet beast, the flying serpent, die, but his tamed black pattern bugs were mostly killed as well, losing him several life-saving measures. If it weren't for the urgent need for this treasure, he would not have sought Lu Changsheng's cooperation. Not interested, go find someone else, Lu Changsheng still replied with a wave of his hand. He would be crazy to take on such a mission. To him, the risks and rewards of such an endeavor were entirely disproportionate. That's not to mention collaborating with a stranger who might even bear a grudge against him. Now, the best plan was to sort out his gains and hurry back to Nine Dragons Market to keep a low profile. I know what you're worried about. I have a blood rune contract here. We can sign a contract that neither of us can attack the other during the exploration process. Otherwise, the blood covenant will explode, causing an immediate bodily explosion and death. The youth continued to speak. I said I'm not interested in that kind of cave mansion. Lu Changsheng, holding a stack of talismans in his hand, spoke with a few degrees colder voice. Even if the other party argued till the end of time, he wouldn't go. Seeing Lu Changsheng's attitude, the youth snorted coldly and flew away on his flying artifact. Just as the youth left, Lu Changsheng felt a faint change in the peach blossom goo between his eyebrows. It seemed to tell him that he missed out on a romantic opportunity. Romantic opportunity? Lu Changsheng was taken aback, somewhat confused. He didn't understand what was going on. How could rejecting the invitation from this youth mean missing out on a romantic opportunity? Isn't romantic fortune only relevant to the opposite sex? Wait, could it be that the youth was actually a girl in disguise? Lu Changsheng speculated in his mind. First a clash, then a partnership in the dungeon, followed by danger that leads to the birth of affection. Lu Changsheng's face showed a peculiar expression. What woman needs me, Lu? To chase after her, risking life and limb in a dungeon. Isn't the White Jade Tower more appealing? Lu Changsheng's face showed disdain, and he felt no regret in his heart. He immediately took out an escape talisman and quickly left to find a place to tally his gains. Chapter 149. Abundance in the Basin and Bowl. Hopes for second tier. _1 an hour later. In a cave. This flying dagger must be a supreme magic artifact. No wonder it's so astonishingly powerful. It not only pierced right through my magical shield, but also broke through 3 layers of the golden light barrier. Lu Changsheng held a strangely shaped, blood-colored flying dagger in his hand, inspecting it closely. He had felt that this dagger was extraordinary from the beginning. He guessed it might be a supreme magic artifact, or some other kind of rare treasure. Now, upon closer examination, he was almost certain, 9 times out of 10, that it was a supreme magic artifact. A supreme magic artifact could be worth thousands of spirit stones. However, Lu Changsheng didn't plan to sell this dagger. He thought about keeping it on him for self-defense. It would give him another method of attack. Though he had plenty of talismans, he didn't usually use magic artifacts. But having more methods to choose from was naturally for the best. When he obtained new equipment in the future and no longer needed it, he could sell it at any time. After all, magic artifacts seldom depreciate in value. Lu Changsheng continued to sort through the spoils of battle. 1, 2, 3. TSK. These 8 magic artifacts should all be superior grade artifacts. Indeed, to do good work, one must first sharpen one's tools. As a robber cultivator, one must have enough magic artifacts and methods. And these magical robes and boots, they seem to be middle-grade magic artifacts. Too bad they were severely damaged in the attacks of the Golden Light Barrier. This cloud of black mist should also be a supreme magic artifact, right? Moreover, It's a flying and defensive artifact combined. Pity it's also damaged. Otherwise, I could have kept it for myself. Who knows how much it could sell for now? Looking at these artifacts, Lu Changsheng felt both pain and pleasure. After all, this haul was just too rich. But seeing that many of the artifacts had been damaged in the attacks of the Golden Light Barrier, reducing their value considerably, he couldn't help feeling distressed. For example, of the 8 superior grade artifacts, 2 were worn and 3 were damaged. As for the magical robes and boots of the 5 individuals, they were even more severely damaged, almost to the point of scrap. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Changsheng finished sorting through the 5 people's storage bags. A total of 639 spirit stones. Supreme magic artifacts, 2. Superior grade artifacts, 8. Middle grade artifacts, 13. Flying artifacts, 3. A set of formation artifacts. Numerous talismans. Various elixir medicines. A pile of materials and a multitude of miscellaneous items. Not sure what rank this set of formation artifacts is, what kind of formation it is, but at least it looks like a middle-grade formation artifact. When I get to the 9 Dragons market, I can have someone appraise it. If it's decent, I can also keep it for myself. These artifacts, even with many damages and reduced prices, should be worth around 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. Add this set of formation artifacts, plus these elixir medicines, talismans, and materials, and the total value should be around 6,000 to 7,000 spirit stones. Looking at these items, a smile of joy spread across Lu Changsheng's face. He figured that these 5 ferocious individuals from the Ko clan must have had quite a reputation, having robbed and killed many cultivators. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly be so wealthy. After sorting out the spoils, Lu Changsheng used a superior grade purification talisman to purify everything once to ensure there were no issues. He also destroyed a few unrecognizable suspicious items by digging a hole and burying them. If you add the second-rank beast taming legacy, the mysterious True Water, the Sky Heart Lotus, and these 2 foundation establishment spirit objects that I obtained, the total value of this haul is over 10,000 spirit stones. And what I paid for it was merely the power of 2 strikes from a talisman treasure, 6 supreme talismans, 19 superior grade talismans, and 20 middle grade talismans. No wonder so many people turn to being robber cultivators. Killing and looting really can become addictive. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, unable to help but feel reflective. At this moment, he even entertained the idea of making money through fishing. But as soon as the thought emerged, he immediately squashed it. One who often walks by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Why risk doing such things when I could just safely marry, take concubines, and have children with a promising future ahead? Such things should be left to chance encounters. Actively seeking them out is absolutely out of the question. After all, once you start such deeds, there is an endless path ahead. Once you begin, it's akin to walking down a road of no return. Think about it. As a talisman master, my income is already the envy of countless cultivators. But compared to the way robber cultivators make money, there's simply no comparison. Having experienced this way of making money, how could one possibly calm down and work, earning spirit stones through labor? At this moment, Lu Changsheng also roughly understood the mindset of those who hunted demon beasts and delve into dungeons of secret realms. Cultivators accustomed to such quick cash find it too difficult to settle down and live a stable life without a special skill or craft. Once I get to the 9 Dragons market, it'll dispose of these items as quickly as possible. That way, it'll have a sure footing for my second-rank talismans and second-rank puppets. Lu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. With second-rank talismans and puppets, he would have a sure means of protecting himself against Foundation establishment great cultivators. Thinking of a young man's return earlier, and needing to fence his loot upon reaching the 9 Dragons market, Lu Changsheng immediately put on the 100-change mask, transforming into a dark-skinned, ordinary-looking young man. Then he donned a gray robe, mounted the iron feather eagle, and headed toward the Nine Dragons marketplace. If possible, I really need to get a better flying mount. Lu Changsheng looked down at the iron feather eagle beneath him and thought to himself. Before, having a flying mount was delightful. But now that his standards had risen, he felt that the iron feather eagle truly left something to be desired. Chapter 150. Abundance in the Basin and Bowl, second tier in sight. Aside from traveling, he's really not up to par in other areas. Like earlier, when they encountered danger, he had to use talismans to protect the iron feather eagle. If there was a bit more commotion, the iron feather eagle would get scared and go out of control. If they were being pursued, relying on the iron feather eagle, it would be hard to get away. If I could do a system draw and get a flying pet beast, that problem would be solved directly, Lu Changxing thought to himself. In his opinion, if he could draw a flying pet beast from the system, that would be ideal. After all, any pet obtained from the system draw was likely to be of heavenly grade bloodline. However, even if I drew a flying pet beast, if it's a cub, it wouldn't be easy to raise. Moreover, a pet beast that's too rare and unusual would be too conspicuous if ridden in public, and could easily be remembered by others. Lu Changsheng thought of the 9 Netherhound he had been raising at home and slightly shook his head. He felt that without sufficient strength, even owning a rare pet beast wasn't advisable to take out casually. Like the 9 Netherhound he had been keeping at the Lu family, which had been raised for nearly 4 years and was beginning to show its extraordinary nature. He estimated that in another 3 to 5 years, it would be obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary demon beast and that its bloodline grade was high. By then, they'll just have to keep the 9 Netherhound in the spiritual pet bag and carry it with me. Or, as I considered before, find a mountain range where I can let it grow up on its own, Lu Changsheng mused. If released into the wild, his only concern was that the 9 Netherhound might encounter danger. After all, the 9 Netherhound currently only had the strength of an early first-grade demon beast. And that's not very strong. Thinking of the second-rank beast taming inheritance he had just acquired, Lu Changsheng took out the jade slip to review its content, to see if there were any methods that could help the 9 Netherhound grow. The purple gold rat, a high-rank demon beast with a metallic bloodline, is to be typically fed spiritual materials and golden spirit rice in a ratio of 7:3 for its spirit food. When advancing to second rank, 10 gene of metal ore and 1 demon rat's core. The azure scale snake, a high-rank demon beast, snake eggs to be soaked in a mixture of azure jade liquid, spiritual wood, and first-grade spiritual water to create spiritual liquid, placed in a nest made of cold properties for hatching, taking 3 months to hatch, with daily feeding, the fiery flame bird, a high-rank demon beast. This jade slip inheritance contained many pieces of information about various demon beasts. It described how to cultivate, tame, and train them into spiritual pets, allowing them to grow rapidly. At the end of the jade slip, there's also a section on beast taming techniques. It allowed one to communicate with spiritual pets and impress upon them a master-servant contract. Although this inheritance doesn't have specific rearing methods for the 9 Netherhound, based on the cultivation methods for pet beasts detailed here, it boils down to the traditional wisdom 3 parts training, 7 parts nutrition. It's essentially about how to ensure the least amount of money is spent for the best possible growth of a spiritual beast during its cultivation. After reading the content of the jade slip, Lu Changsheng felt somewhat disappointed. He didn't seek the beast taming inheritance in order to become a beast tamer himself. Taming beasts couldn't compare with the system's draws. He simply wanted to see if such an inheritance would be helpful in raising the 9 Netherhound. But having read it and arrived at such a conclusion, he naturally felt some disappointment. Even without the jade slip, he knew that if the 9 Netherhound were to eat demon beast meat at every meal, it would certainly grow faster than it was now. Maybe I really should just release the 9 Netherhound into the wild, or I could try releasing it for a while to see what the results are like. Otherwise, growing at this pace day by day, it's just too slow. Thinking of his estimate that the 9 Netherhound would take 100 years to grow to a second-ranked demon beast, Lu Changsheng was leaning more towards releasing it. After all, the worst outcome of releasing it would just be losing the pet. That's not entirely unacceptable, right? Once I have second-rank talismans and a second-rank puppet, I can start looking for a suitable place to release the 9 Netherhound. Then he'll also observe the 9 Netherhound survival skills, Lu Changsheng resolved inwardly. A day later, when nearing 9 Dragons Market, Lu Changsheng switched from the Iron Feather Eagle to a flying artifact. Then in disguise, he flew on the flying artifact into 9 Dragons Marketplace, procured a temporary identity card, and entered the marketplace. He entered the city in this guise, naturally to facilitate selling off his spoils. Without even thinking about it, the loot obtained from the Ko family's 5 fiends was not the sort of thing to display openly. It might attract the attention of interested parties. So, prudence was crucial. Mainly, Lu Changsheng was thinking of quickly selling the items for spirit stones. Otherwise, in a few years, or even over a decade, slowly disposing of the items in small batches would be the most secure method. However, with spirit stones in hand, he would be able to inscribe second-rank talismans and craft second-rank puppets. Having 2 more cards up his sleeve, he felt his capacity to withstand risks would significantly increase, and thus considered that a little risk was acceptable. After entering the city, Lu Changsheng made his way to a larger magical artifact shop with practiced ease. Esteemed fellow Taoist, what kind of magical artifact would you like to purchase? A shapely female shop assistant approached him. Is your shopkeeper here? I have second-hand magical artifacts I'd like to sell, Lu Changsheng said expressionlessly. Not long after, the shopkeeper came over beaming with a smile, greeting him, to which Lu Changsheng presented the magical artifacts he intended to sell. He didn't bring out all the artifacts at once, but only the Black Cloud artifact, 2 high-quality artifacts, and the damaged magical robe and boots. Fellow Taoist, your top-quality artifact is quite severely damaged, not just on the exterior, but also with problems in the internal restrictions, so our shop can only offer you 820 spirit stones. Chapter 151. Abundance in the Basin and Bowl, second rank in sight. For these 2 superior magic artifacts, the quality is decent, though there's some wear and tear. Our shop can offer 760 spirit stones. As for these magical robes and boots, to be honest, the damage is quite severe, only fit for scrap material recovery. Let's say 260 spirit stones for all. The shopkeeper could tell that these magic artifacts were obviously ill-gotten goods and directly offered a low price. A flat rate, 2,200 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng, even in his eagerness to sell, wouldn't just accept whatever price was given. Fellow Taoist, this price is really a bit steep. To be honest, these items of yours, they probably didn't come from a good place. If our shop were to sell them, we would need to completely refurbish them. The shopkeeper made a difficult face as he spoke. I take my leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng made a move to leave immediately. 2,000 spirit stones, fellow Taoist. That's the highest price our shop can offer. Such magic artifacts aren't easy to sell in other shops either. They won't fetch a high price. The shopkeeper stepped forward to persuade him. All right, let's go with your price. Lu Changsheng understood this logic well. Feeling that the price was acceptable, he didn't dawdle. Subsequently, the 2 completed the transaction. Just after Lu Changsheng left, the shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and stroked his chin, saying, "This black blood cloud should be the magic artifact of the eldest of the Ko clan's 5 fears, and now it has ended up in this person's hands. Could it be? But what does that have to do with me? If the Ko clan's 5 fears have all fallen at this person's hands, I'm afraid only a foundation-building great cultivator could take him down. However, this information might be worth quite a bit of money." Smiling, the shopkeeper shook his head and leisurely returned upstairs. After leaving the shop, Lu Changsheng immediately found an inn, where he checked the spirit stones head just acquired. As expected, when there's a bit more profit involved, there will be this kind of backstabbing. Lu Changsheng watched as faint black smoke appeared from 3 spirit stones under the effect of a high-grade purification talisman. They were clearly tampered with. That was only what the purification talisman detected. He didn't know if there were any other problems. However, Lu Changsheng wasn't concerned. He changed his appearance, took on a different outfit, and went straight to the Qinyan Commerce Guild. As long as he spent all these spirit stones, he wouldn't need to worry about any issues. What would the fellow Taoist like to see? May I make some recommendations? As soon as Lu Changsheng walked into the Qinyan Commerce Guild, a beautiful female cultivator in a Cheongsam came up, her smile beaming as she greeted him. I need a supreme talisman pen from magic artifacts, Lu Changsheng said directly. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator paused. Then her eyes lit up and her smile grew even wider. Please take a seat, fellow Taoist. She promptly invited Lu Changsheng to sit down, pouring him some tea. Then she knelt beside him, her Cheongsam tight, outlining her graceful figure. For convenience, our guild has illustrated some precious magic artifacts in a catalog, making it easy for distinguished customers like yourself to view, understand, and compare selections. If you see something you like, I will bring the actual item for you. Take a look at this Chiwi Talisman pen. It's the best-selling Supreme Talisman pen at our Qinyan Commerce Guild. The Cheongsam-clad female cultivator took out an antique jade scroll, turned to the page with talisman pens, and pointed to one of the pens. A three-dimensional image of a red talisman pen appeared on the jade scroll. There is also accompanying introduction information. Chiwi Talisman Pen. The pen tip is made from the neck fur of a second-rank azure-eyed golden lion demon beast, and the pen shaft is forged from a mixture of sky blue wood and chi gold. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He had been to the Qinyan Commerce Guild before. He knew that the guild had grown large and strong, not just because it was backed by the Qinyan sect. In terms of shopping experience, service, and the quality of the products, they really did a great job. He glanced at the price of the talisman pen. 1,600 spirit stones. He couldn't help but be astonished. Compared to when he had previously gotten a middle-grade magic artifact pen at the spiritual talisman shop of the Lu family for only 70% of the original price it cost. The profit margin at the Qinyan Commerce Guild was likely even higher. But it couldn't be helped. There were no supreme talisman pens from magic artifacts at the Lu family's spiritual talisman shop. Even if there were supreme talisman pens for sale, it wouldn't be right for him to buy them from his own family's shop. As expensive as it is, after all, this thing will last a long time, and it'll eventually make the money back. Lu Changsheng sighed softly in his heart. He knew this wasn't an expense he could avoid. Going to other shops might save him a little money, but it would waste time and be a hassle, with no guarantee they'd have the product in stock. He flipped through the jade scroll, looking at a few other supreme talisman pens. The cheapest is 1,400 spirit stones, and the most expensive is 2,000 spirit stones. Immediately, Lu Changsheng asked the female cultivator to bring over 5 different supreme talisman pens for him to examine. After briefly playing with them, Lu Changsheng still chose the red glow talisman pen valued at 1,600 spirit stones. You should also have the materials for making second-rank talismans here, right? Lu Changsheng continued to inquire. Now that he had spirit stones, he naturally wanted to buy everything in one go. Of course we do. In this marketplace, whatever the fellow Taoist desires, we at Qinyan Commerce Guild have it for sale. If we at Qinyan Commerce Guild don't have it, then it certainly won't be found anywhere else. The female cultivator said with a smile, her tone full of confidence. She then took out a jade scroll, which listed various materials for sale for second-rank talismans. The materials for second-rank talismans are much more complicated than those for first-rank talismans. To draw different talismans, you also need corresponding attribute demon beast furs and spiritual materials made into talisman paper and spirit ink. Otherwise, it would affect the talisman completion rate. Lu Changsheng looked at the second-rank materials listed in the jade scroll. The choices weren't particularly numerous. The materials were sold in sets of 10. Lu Changsheng bought 30 sets. The total cost was 780 spirit stones. That meant, on average, the production cost per second-rank talisman was 26 spirit stones. This didn't even include the cost of wear and tear on the talisman pens. But there was no other way. Second-rank talisman materials were relatively rare, hard to buy elsewhere, and collecting them on his own was troublesome. If he wanted convenience and speed, he could only purchase them at a higher price from the Qingyan Commerce Guild. However, by buying here, at least there were guarantees, and he wouldn't encounter any issues. Fellow Taoist, the total comes to 2,380 spirit stones, said the female cultivator in a Xianxia, still smiling. After speaking, she paused for a moment, her voice sweetened as she said, "As the fellow Taoist is purchasing second-rank talisman materials, it seems you also have some achievements in the talisman path. Would the fellow Taoist be interested in becoming a guest elder of our Qingyan Commerce Guild? If you are willing to become a guest elder, then in the future, all items you purchase from our Qingyan Commerce Guild will be offered at an internal price. Moreover, should the fellow Taoist need any materials, our Qingyan Commerce Guild can also assist in collecting them." The Xianxia-clad female cultivator spoke in a sweet voice. "Oh!" When Lu Changsheng heard this, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "May I know what the exact standard for having some achievements are you referring to?" In terms of talisman making, the fellow Taoist would need to be able to consistently draw supreme first-grade talismans. The female cultivator in the Xianxia replied with a smile. "May I know the benefits of this guest elder position?" Lu Changsheng continued to inquire. "If the fellow Taoist is interested, I can invite the manager to discuss the details with you," the female cultivator with sparkling eyes said. "There's no need for a detailed discussion. I was just casually asking," Lu Changsheng said, waving his hand dismissively. "Although I can draw supreme talismans at the moment, it is quite a struggle. I bought the second-rank materials just to see if they might help me stabilize the drawing of supreme talismans." Lu Changsheng said this outright. He was currently in disguise. How could he possibly become a guest elder at the Qingyan Commerce Guild? To become a guest elder here, he would undoubtedly have to verify his identity. Once his identity was checked and verified, his skills as a top-level, first-grade talisman master would be difficult to explain. "All right, if the fellow Taoist ever becomes interested, we at the Qingyan Commerce Guild are always welcoming," the female cultivator in the Xianxia replied, unbothered and still smiling. "Okay." Straight away, Lu Changsheng paid the spirit stones, picked up his talisman pen and materials, and walked out of the Qingyan Commerce Guild. "Sigh, money comes quickly, but it goes just as fast." Lu Changsheng thought about his expenditure and felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He had never used so much money before. Back in the day, when he first arrived at the Lu family, he only received 2 spirit stones per month. Now, in one spending spree, more than 2,000 spirit stones were gone, which was the equivalent of 100 years' earnings in the past. Next, he'll deal with the remaining magic artifacts and materials and see if I can purchase enough to construct a second-rank puppet. Lu Changsheng exhaled softly and repeated the actions he had just been doing, bustling without a break. He sold all the magic artifact he had gathered, unnecessary elixir medicines, as well as materials to shops for a low price. Then, having obtained the money, he directly went back to spend it at the Qingyan Commerce Guild, buying the materials he needed. P.S. I went to bed late last night and got up early, which made me groggy all morning. After resting in the afternoon, I finally felt somewhat better, but still a bit of a headache. There won't be a second chapter today, apologies. Chapter 152. It's time for the child to practice martial arts _1. Lu Changsheng walked out of Myriad Treasures Pavilion and looked at the bustling street, exhaling lightly. After a busy half a day, he had finally cleared out all the items from the Ko family's 5 felons. In total, he had sold 4,110 spirit stones. It was more or less what he had estimated at the time. If he had also sold all the sundry things he had retained for himself, such as the supreme magic artifact Flying Dagger, the superior magic artifact Shield, the elixir medicines, talismans, and other materials, he would have had around 7,000 spirit stones. However, selling elixir medicines, talismans, and materials was troublesome. Since Lu Changsheng could use those items himself, he couldn't be bothered to sell them. And so, He spent all the spirit stones he had, not sparing a single one. All of them went into purchasing materials for crafting a second-rank puppet. However, the cost of crafting a second-rank puppet was indeed high. After asking about the prices of various materials, Lu Changsheng had a rough idea of how much a second-rank puppet would cost to create. At least 3,000 spirit stones to start. As for the upper limit, that was harder to say, because puppets were unlike alchemy, artifact refining, or talisman making. There were many kinds of puppets. Broadly defined, there were combat puppets, auxiliary puppets, and special puppets. In terms of appearance, there were humanoid puppets and beast-shaped puppets. In size, there were small, large, and gigantic puppets. Different puppets consumed completely different amounts of materials, and the time consumed also varied greatly. A gigantic puppet could consume several times or even dozens of times the materials of a small puppet. Due to limited finances, time, and environment, Lu Changsheng didn't set his sights too high. He directly skipped over large and gigantic puppets, preparing to first craft a small, humanoid second-rank puppet that would cost 3,000 spirit stones. After all, he mainly needed the puppet for self-defense. In case of emergencies, it would serve as an additional method. This kind of small puppet, with combat power roughly equivalent to the early stages of Foundation establishment, would be sufficient for his use. However, because he had purchased a supreme quality talisman brush and talisman materials, he didn't have enough spirit stones. He still hadn't collected all the materials needed to craft this puppet. He was short by about 500 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry. He planned to leave it at that for the time being. First, he would complete the drawing of the second-rank talismans he had bought. By that time, he would have almost enough money to gather the rest of the materials. In any case, even if he did have all the materials, he didn't have the time or energy to craft the puppet right now. Just like the materials for the 2 puppets he had bought before, he hadn't had the time to fully craft them yet, let alone crafting a second-rank puppet. Lu Changsheng walked along the street, not heading straight home, but finding an inn instead. In the room, he checked to see if he was being tracked or left with any marks. Although places like Qingyun Commerce Guild and Myriad Treasures Pavilion wouldn't do such things, but as the saying goes, it doesn't hurt to be careful. After making sure there were no issues, Lu Changsheng changed his appearance and put on a new set of clothes, then left the inn and Nine Dragons Market. He went around the marketplace, destroyed the clothes and temporary identity token he had used, and then returned to Nine Dragons Market. After arriving at the spiritual talisman shop, the shopkeeper Zhang Shan saw Lu Changsheng and reported to him about the business matters of the shop over the past few days. He also told Lu Changsheng that someone from White Jade Tower had come 3 days earlier, asking him to visit when he had the time. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately knew it was about the 2 maids he had previously purchased from White Jade Tower. "All right, I got it," Lu Changsheng nodded. He wasn't in a rush to go to White Jade Tower. It was acceptable to visit White Jade Tower within a month of receiving the notice. Phew! After taking a seat in a chair in the shop on the 3rd floor, Lu Changsheng took a long breath. His tightly wound mental spirit finally relaxed completely at this moment. Then, he took out the jade bamboo liquor from his storage bag and poured himself a cup. Today's back and forth with the selling and clearing up had kept his mental spirit taut, as if bearing a heavy load, and he was somewhat mentally exhausted. Therefore, Lu Changsheng did not immediately attempt to draw a second-rank talisman. His mental spirit was somewhat fatigued now, and in a poor state. If he failed the drawing, it would be quite painful. After all, the cost of a second-rank talisman was indeed a bit high. Thinking of how other talisman masters had to spend money to practice, Lu Changsheng understood why the profit margin for talismans was so high. Because they burned through so much money if the profits weren't high. Who would do it? After sipping 2 cups of jade bamboo liquor and resting for a while, Lu Changsheng took out the red glow talisman brush and began to draw superior grade talismans. He needed to replenish his talisman stock as they were running low, and also to get accustomed to this new talisman brush. As expected of a supreme talisman brush, The flow of spiritual power is clearly smoother when drawing talismans. Even when spiritual power fluctuates slightly and becomes too scattered, it helps to smooth it out. After drawing 2 superior grade talismans and experiencing the effects of the Supreme Talisman Brush, Lu Chongqing nodded in approval. But this was just an additional effect of the Talisman Brush. The main effect of the Supreme Talisman Brush was to endure the surge of spirit ink and spiritual power, better outlining the talisman lines on the talisman paper. For example, with a middle-grade artifact talisman brush, no matter how high the talisman-making skill, one couldn't use it to draw second-rank talismans. Night fell. Lu Chongsheng returned to his residence. He inquired about the home situation with Xiaoqing and the others over the past few days. Apart from the birth of his 42nd child, there weren't any other significant events. Lu Chongsheng nodded slightly, glanced at the child, had a meal, and then went to bed early to rest. The next day, Lu Chongsheng, fully refreshed, came to the talisman room of the spiritual talisman shop, preparing to begin drawing the second-rank talismans. He laid out the pale purple beast skin talisman paper, took the red glow talisman brush, and imbibed the talisman ink made from demon beast blood into the tip of the brush. Chapter 153. It's time for the child to practice martial arts afterward. Spiritual power surged in his palm, then onto the talisman brush in his hand, and finally to the tip of the brush. Under the flow of spiritual power, the brush shaft emitted a faint red glow, and the tip of the brush radiated a purple luster. Immediately, Lu Chongsheng, with a serious face and in total concentration, began to draw a second-rank talisman. The drawing process was very slow. The lines of the talisman appeared smooth and flowing, but each step seemed somewhat strenuous. It made sweat beads appear on Lu Changsheng's forehead. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, Lu Chongsheng completed the last stroke of the talisman line. In an instant, all the lines of the talisman paper connected end to end, with purple currents surging through them, and flames spread from the edges of the paper, exuding a terrifying spiritual pressure. However, after a moment, the spiritual pressure dispersed, and the talisman lines solidified. A second-rank lower-grade talisman, the Thunder Fire Talisman, was completed. A success on the first attempt, not bad at all. Lu Chongsheng looked at the Thunder Fire Talisman with a satisfied expression and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Though drawing a second-rank talisman did not drain him completely, it was still a significant expenditure. His mental spirit and spiritual power were both greatly depleted, leaving him feeling exhausted. A second-rank lower-grade talisman. Its power compares to a strike at the Foundation establishment initial stage. However, with my current strength, I can't activate too many of this caliber at once. I must be careful in guiding and controlling them. Otherwise, a slight mishap could cause injury to myself. Lu Chongsheng held the Thunder Fire Talisman in his hands, his face showing joy. A second-rank lower-grade talisman corresponds to a strike at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. If used properly, it could even threaten cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. However, the higher the grade of the talisman, the greater the demands on one's mental spirit and control over spiritual power. This is why Lu Chongsheng can use dozens of first-grade lower and middle-grade talismans at once. But for superior-grade talismans, even now, he can only use 5 or 6 at a time. As for supreme talismans, at most 2 or 3. Economizing is one aspect. The main reason is that the higher the grade of talisman, the more demanding its use. Defensive and auxiliary talismans are still manageable. As for attack talismans, if too many are activated at once without proper guidance and control, the power of the talismans might leak and even harm the user. This is considered a disadvantage of talismans. Otherwise, the cultivation world would be dominated by talisman masters. Encountering people during confrontations, they would just throw out dozens or hundreds of talismans. Who could withstand that? Or if an energy refinement initial or middle stage cultivator had a bunch of second or third rank talismans, Who could withstand that? Now, even in the energy refinement late stage, Lu Changsheng couldn't control the use of a third-rank talisman. A slip-up and the explosive leak of talisman power could injure him. This is also one of the reasons why talisman treasures are so valuable. While they are potent, even an energy refinement initial stage cultivator could use them, unleashing part of their power without harming themselves. Lu Changsheng put away the Thunderfire talisman and went to the rest area to meditate and rest. After restoring about 70 to 80% of his spiritual power, he got up and went out, preparing to head to the White Jade Tower. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Changsheng arrived at the White Jade Tower. The maid in red informed him that Feng Jianyang was currently occupied. He was ushered into a private room where tea was prepared, and he was asked to wait for a little while. Before long, the crisp sound of high heels came, accompanied by a knock at the door. "Come in," Lu Changsheng said. The door opened, and a strikingly beautiful woman in a black gossamer dress walked in. "Young Master Lu, I apologize for making you wait." Feng Jianyang smiled coquettishly and curtsied to Lu Changsheng. Her demeanor was elegant and dignified, but the glimpses of her black, silk-clad legs under the dress were seductively enchanting. "Manager Feng, I received a message that the two maids I reserve have arrived," Lu Changsheng said to the ravishing woman before him with a smile. "Please wait a moment, young Master Lu. I have already instructed someone to bring them," Feng Jianyang said in a gentle voice. Then she walked to the table, daintily arched her slender white fingers, slightly bending over to pour tea for Lu Changsheng from the teapot. Afterwards, she turned her voluptuous hips and sat down gracefully in the chair beside him, her legs naturally crossing, revealing a black high-heeled shoe with a golden phoenix bird pattern underneath the gossamer dress. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but inwardly sigh. This steward of the White Jade Tower was innately seductive, and every gesture seemed like a tease. Even a seasoned man like him found her tempting, let alone others. Unfortunately, one could look but not touch. A moment later, a woman in a red dress arrived with two beautiful maids. One was in her mid-20s. Barefaced, her countenance was slightly austere, her long, sharp brows like pointed swords, and her eyes held a trace of coldness instead of dull resignation. Clad in tight-fitting red attire, she stood tall and straight, her long black hair tied into a ponytail at her back, exuding the temperament of a swordswoman. Her tall and straight stature revealed she possessed martial prowess. Perhaps she was indeed a female knight. The other maid appeared to be about 16. With jet black hair reaching her waist and dressed in a flowing white fringe dress. Her features were lovely, her skin was fair, and her figure was well developed. Looking down from her perspective, she obviously couldn't see the delicate embroidered shoes beneath her dress. As she entered the room, a hint of grievance flickered in her eyes, evoking a sense of pity. "Young Master Lu, these are the maids you purchased, Jiang Luyue and Yu Yao." Feng Jianyang introduced them to Lu Changsheng in a flirtatious voice, then turned to the two women and said, "Go and greet young Master Lu." Her tone contained an undeniable authority. "Greetings, young Master Lu." Chapter 154. It's time for the child to practice martial arts. The two women immediately performed a curtsy towards Lu Changsheng. In their eyes that looked towards Lu Changsheng, there was also a hint of fascination. After all, the Lu Changsheng before them was handsome, with a tall and straight figure and a gentle temperament. Dressed in a green robe decorated with bamboo leaves, he gave off a refreshing feeling as though one were basking in the spring breeze. It even elicited a sense of goodwill. One could tell at a glance that this young man was a kindly person, a graceful and suave young master. "Would you two ladies be willing to become my maids?" Lu Changsheng also stood up, with his hands clasped behind his back, and asked with a smile. He noticed the look in the women's eyes. To such a gaze, he was all too familiar. Under his care, it wouldn't take long for the life of these two women to thrive again, feeling vibrant and colorful. "This humble girl is willing," Yaoer is willing. Both women responded immediately. All right, Manager Feng, I'm quite satisfied, seeing their response. Lu Chongqing chuckled softly and nodded his head. He suddenly thought of the crying elder who created the immortal beauty technique. If he were to come to a place like White Jade Tower, surely it would be unimaginable to ask whether the other party was willing, right? Afterwards, Lu Chongsheng completed the contract with Feng Jianyang and settled the final payment with spirit stones. Young Master Lu, you've spent over 1,000 spirit stones at our White Jade Tower, and from now on, you will be our member client. In the future, if you come to purchase maids, the deposit can be waived, and if you're not satisfied, there will be no loss incurred. Moreover, every so often, our White Jade Tower will also have a selection of high-quality maids available exclusively for our members to choose from. If young Master Lu is interested, I will have someone notify you when the time comes. At this moment, Feng Jinyang specifically handed over a white jade token to Lu Chongsheng, saying so. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lu Chongsheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He didn't expect that White Jade Tower had such a membership system. He wasn't concerned about waiving the deposit, but he was somewhat interested in the high-quality maids exclusive to members. Speaking of which, if I continue to spend, are there perks like an advanced member or something? Lu Chongsheng took the White Jade token and examined it closely. One side was engraved with the pattern of the White Jade Tower, and the other had the character Lu, probably pre-customized. Our White Jade Tower does indeed have multiple membership levels, which are there to provide better service for every customer. Feng Jianyang replied with a seductive smile. Okay, if there are high-quality maids available exclusively for members in the future, you can send someone to the Lu family's spiritual talisman shop to notify me. Lu Chongqing pondered for a moment. Originally, he planned to slow down and not come to the White Jade Tower to buy maids for the time being. After all, he already had so many maids by now. If he were to buy more maids, he really would have to move to a bigger place. Moreover, spending too much money at White Jade Tower might arouse suspicion at the Lu family. Nevertheless, such matters could be learned about just a bit, and it wasn't necessary to make a purchase right away. If there turned out to be a good selection, he could consider it then. Very well. No problem, take care, young Master Lu. Feng Jianyang smiled charmingly, seeing Lu Chongqing out of the White Jade Tower. Jiang Luiyue, have you practiced martial art before? Walking on the road, Lu Chongsheng turned to glance at Jiang Luiyue beside him, whose eyes and brows carried a hint of martial valor, and inquired. Reporting to young Master, Luiyue has practiced martial arts since childhood and only embarked on the path of cultivation after coming into contact with a cultivation opportunity. Jiang Luiyue replied respectfully. She quickly adjusted to her new status. With the training she received at White Jade Tower, they could only hope to find a good master. Now that Lu Chongsheng appeared to be a good master, it was natural for her to adopt a proper attitude. How skilled are you in martial arts? Lu Chongsheng continued to inquire. He entertained the idea of teaching martial arts to the children without spiritual roots, to create a martial family among the secular world, and this idea had never changed. Now that Lu Pinggan and the others were of age, it was time to start martial training. Initially, he thought of asking Li Feiyu to teach, but he was well aware of Li Feiyu's situation. To leave the Lu family and struggle day in and day out for a living, Li Feiyu simply did not have the time. If he asked Li Feiyu, the latter would surely agree, but it would delay Li Feiyu's time, and Li Feiyu would decline any payment offered. Moreover, with so many children of his own, one or two people would probably be overwhelmed if they had to teach. Therefore, he thought of hiring several people to teach the children martial arts. According to worldly standards, my martial arts strength is at the stage of an innate grandmaster, Jiang Luiyue said. Can you teach the child martial arts? Lu Chongqing inquired. Having practiced martial arts and teaching others to do so were two different matters. For instance, many of the maids he had purchased from the White Jade Tower knew martial arts, but asking them to teach was another story. I have never taught before, but I can try, Jiang Luiyue replied. All right, Lu Changxi nodded. He thought about bringing Jiang Luiyue back to Qingzhou Mountain to see if she would suffice. If she really couldn't do it, he would directly go to the secular world and spend money to hire so-called martial arts masters to teach his child. Money can make the devil turn the millstone. He refused to believe that he couldn't hire a martial arts instructor from the secular world with the amount of money he was willing to spend. After bringing the two women home, Lu Changsheng instructed Bai He to arrange accommodations for them and explain the situation. By now, the many women in the courtyard had grown accustomed to Lu Changsheng buying maids. Moreover, they couldn't really say anything about such matters. They had no right to. 6 days later, inside the spiritual talisman shop, Lu Changsheng held a spiritual pattern carving knife, tracing elegant curves on the chest of a metal humanoid puppet that stood as tall as him. With each cut of the carving knife, a beautiful line was left on the puppet. After a while, phew, finally finished, Lu Changxing stopped his work and looked at the puppet in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. This was naturally not the second-rank puppet he intended to craft. Instead, it was a middle-grade, first-rank puppet. The materials he had bought previously he worked on whenever he had free time, which is why it had taken until now to complete. Lu Changsheng used the puppet control technique to manipulate the spiritual hub in the chest of the puppet and took control of it. Then, with a slight stir of his mental spirit, instantly, the metal puppet took a step forward, and then a step back. It jumped to the left. It swung left and right, leaping and flipping. Under Lu Changsheng's control, the seemingly cumbersome metal puppet was incredibly agile. This kind of puppet could perform any action a normal person could. It could even do things beyond the abilities of the average person. Next, Lu Changsheng took out the green-face sword from his storage bag. The sword gleamed with a cold light as it left its sheath and slashed at the puppet. Clang! Sparks flew from the impact, but the sword only left a white mark on the chest of the puppet. Not bad. Lu Changxing nodded slightly. Apart from being made of metal materials, he had also engraved robust spiritual patterns and spells on this puppet. It could withstand attacks from energy refinement middle-stage spells and middle-grade flying swords. And the spiritual hub in the puppet's chest could store spiritual energy, allowing its arms to release the fireball technique and frost technique. However, both the fireball technique and frost technique could be used only 3 times before the stored spiritual energy was depleted. The only downside is that a person's mental strength is limited and can't control too many puppets at the same time. With my current energy refinement late-stage cultivation level, I can only control 2 or 3 puppets at most. Lu Changxing mused as he looked at the puppet in front of him. First and second-rank puppets lacked their own consciousness. They had to be manipulated using the puppet control technique. It was akin to maneuvering a magic artifact. But in combat, having to control the artifact, use talismans, and also manage puppets was an enormous burden that made it impossible to unleash full power. There's a reason why puppetry is such an unpopular vocation. Lu Changxing shook his head and said. He felt that crafting a few puppets would be enough. Too many would be useless. He couldn't achieve the army of puppets he imagined. If I break through to Foundation establishment and give birth to divine sense, then I should be able to control several puppets at once, right? And I've heard that in the cultivation world, there are also techniques for cultivating divine sense. Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated. Chapter 155, Baby Birth Lottery. Reset, _1 time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. Due to the daily tasks of crafting second-rank spirit talismans and creating puppets, Lu Changsheng's days became even busier. But busy as he was, he never forgot what was truly important. In those past months, he had successfully sired children with both Jiang Luiyue and Yu Yao. For maids like these with spiritual roots, Lu Changsheng would always give them special attention. At the same time, little Qing and the maid Song Lan, under his favor, had also conceived their second child. One day, on the 3rd floor of the spiritual talisman shop, after completing the daily crafting of talismans, Lu Changsheng went to the storage room to polish puppet components with his spiritual power. In a corner nearby, various puppet parts were laid out. Although the materials for a second-rank puppet weren't entirely complete, it didn't stop Lu Changsheng from crafting some components in his spare time. After all, this wasn't something that could be finished in a month or two. It was a long-term project. He estimated it would take about 3 or 4 months, or perhaps even longer. At that moment, quite abruptly, a profound and mysterious pulsation arose in Lu Changsheng. A pulsation from the spiritual root. Xiao Yuer's child has been born. This child has a spiritual root, and it's a 7th grade spiritual root. Lu Changsheng sensed this pulsation, first in surprise, then immediately his face lit up with joy. Having experienced the surge from a spiritual root enhancement so many times, Lu Changsheng could more or less judge the quality of the child's spiritual root based on the feeling. Feeling this surge of the spiritual root now, and keeping in mind the timeline of his wives' and concubines' pregnancies, he immediately knew that Xiao Yuer's child had been born and that it possessed a 7th grade spiritual root. This made Lu Changsheng's heart surge with excitement and joy. However excited, Lu Changsheng did not rush home to see the child right away. After all, it wouldn't do for him to wait at home or rush back every time a child with a spiritual root was born. Once or twice was fine, but too often it would arouse suspicion. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath to temper his inner delight. He set the component aside and began to meditate and cultivate. An hour later, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and could feel that his speed of cultivation had markedly increased from before. It had improved by about 10%. I feel that with 2 or 3 more 7th grade spiritual roots, my own spiritual root would be able to ascend to the 6th grade. Lu Changsheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He felt that if he just continued to expand his family peacefully, achieving a middle-grade spiritual root was not far off. After that, Lu Changsheng continued working on the screws in his hand. But, thinking of the child at home, his heart felt so restless that he couldn't even focus on screwing properly anymore. Seeing the outside getting dark, Lu Changsheng stood up and went straight home to see the child. Just as he returned home, one of his wives told him that Xiao Yueru had given birth. It was a daughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng went to the backyard to visit. Looking at his daughter with a 7th grade spiritual root, Lu Changsheng's delight grew the more he looked at her. This scene filled Xiao Yueru with smiling happiness and made the other women envious. They thought to themselves that their lord husband truly loved the children and resolved to bear him many more. Meanwhile, inside a certain cave dwelling, a skinny young man, holding a black jar, was overjoyed. Within the jar, there was a blood-red goo worm, seemingly on its last breath, languishing half-dead. This is the Lockhart goo. Anyone bitten by the Lockhart goo will fall in love with its host. My grandmother said before she passed away that our ancestor was just a destitute cultivator, but it was by a stroke of luck he obtained this Lockhart goo, which made one fairy after another fall for him, enabling him to eventually become a nascent soul immortal. The exuberant young man said. Then he set the jar down and began to form a spiritual art with his hands, dripping a drop of his essence blood from his fingertips. Upon sight of fresh blood, the previously listless blood-red goo worm suddenly sprang to life, licking the droplet hungrily. Its body turned even more brilliantly translucent, resembling a piece of bright blood jade. "Come, little fellow." The skinny young man watched as the blood-red goo worm finished licking up his essence blood, pulled out a dagger, and made a cut on his palm. Then the goo worm burrowed straight into the flesh of his palm. The Lockhart goo can bind at most 3 people, and they cannot be much higher in cultivation than oneself. It was because our ancestor got too greedy that the Lockhart goo became ineffective, leading his numerous wives to strike him down in anger, which ultimately led to his tragic death. Therefore, I must use it with utmost caution and choose the targets carefully. The skinny young man gazed at the Lockhart goo in his palm, muttering to himself. He visualized a handsome and tall young man in his mind. In the blink of an eye, Another 2 months had passed. In that time, Lu Changsheng's life remained steady, with no significant changes. Thinking about his 2 wives who had come with him from Qingzhou Mountain, it was almost time for them to return. They had been nurturing their pregnancies for over half a year, and Lu Changsheng paid them extra attention to ensure both women conceived successfully. Xiaoyao also conceived her second child with his favor, bringing the total number of his children to 58. On the 3rd floor of the spiritual talisman shop, Lu Changsheng was assembling a humanoid puppet. The puppet was nearly 2 meters tall, pitch black all over, gleaming with a metallic luster. One arm held a sword, the other a shield, and it bore 5 black javelins on its back. If there are any extra magic artifacts in the future, they could also be directly installed on this puppet. Though it won't be able to unleash the full power of the magic artifacts, the effect won't be too far off. Chapter 156, Baby Birth Lottery. Reset. Lu Changsheng inspected the puppet he had installed, appraising it. Puppets weren't as strictly confined as talisman making. After understanding the principles, one could flexibly modify certain minor areas depending on the situation. Then, Lu Changsheng removed the golden heart, protecting mirror from the chest of the puppet. Inside was hollow, being the core of the puppet's spiritual control mechanism. If the core were damaged, the puppet would be wasted, necessitating major repairs. Lu Changsheng took out a spiritual pattern carving knife and, infusing it with spiritual power, slowly traced over the puppet's chest core. He needed to activate all the spiritual patterns and formations on the puppet's body, linking them together. This was the final step, and also the most critical one. If he failed, he would have to check the other parts' spiritual pattern formations again, re-engrave, and reassemble. During this process, Lu Changsheng was extremely focused. Each time the carving knife landed, it was precise and deliberate. Time passed by slowly. Finally, Lu Changsheng completed the last stroke. He then poured a jar of thickly mixed spiritual liquid into it and embedded 10 spirit stones. In that moment, the entire puppet's surface shimmered with spiritual light. Pattern after pattern emerged, ancient and mysterious, emitting a faint spiritual pressure. Phew, it's finally a success. Lu Changsheng looked at the metal puppet before him, revealing a tired smile on his face. To construct this second-rank puppet, it had taken him a total of over 4 months. Now that it was complete, he felt a considerable sense of achievement. Immediately, Lu Changsheng performed the puppet control technique to take charge of the puppet in front of him. Instantly, the puppet's surface glowed with a faint luster like that of inked jade, and a humming sound emanated from within. It was as if a war machine was awakening, spreading a terrifying spiritual pressure. His mental spirit nudged slightly. Whoosh! The puppet, holding the black gold long knife, made a fierce slash forward, the blade like thunder and lightning, seemingly tearing the air apart. It looks all right, but this place is too small to test the real strength of this second-rank puppet. With too much force, the house might just collapse, said Lu Changsheng, smacking his lips and shaking his head. The puppet before him was the second-rank lower-grade humanoid combat puppet he had intended to build. It was a puppet designed for close combat, combining offense and defense. However, despite its emphasis on melee, that doesn't mean it lacked range attacks. The 5 javelins on its back could be launched over long distances. Each strike was comparable to a hit from an early-phase Foundation establishment cultivator. For a Qi refinement realm cultivator facing this puppet, if they were too slow to escape, it almost guaranteed a dead end. As for facing a Foundation establishment great cultivator, one could only say, unless they were old and frail, just coming out of battle, or had exhausted all their skills, a Foundation building great cultivator. Otherwise, it would be a fool's dream to rely on a single puppet to defeat a Foundation building great cultivator. After all, anyone who could achieve the status of a Foundation building great cultivator was no simple individual. None were devoid of remarkable abilities. However, To allow this puppet to unleash its full strength and sustain combat, it requires embedding middle-grade spirit stones, or even superior-grade spirit stones. 10 lower-grade spirit stones simply can't sustain its continuous outbursts. Lu Changxing mused as he assessed the puppet before him, stroking his chin. This puppet, although it had a spirit-gathering formation for storing spiritual energy, had a limited capacity and couldn't sustain long periods of combat. To operate for extended durations and engage in lengthy battles, it absolutely depended on spirit stones for sustenance. Let's leave it like this for now. When I have spirit stones, I'll exchange for 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Lu Changsheng silently decided, not feeling too distressed about it. It was not like he was going to skimp on 10 middle-grade spirit stones when he had already constructed a second-rank puppet, even though embedding 10 middle-grade spirit stones did indeed feel somewhat excessive. Converted to lower-grade spirit stones, that would be a full 1,000. But he wouldn't use this second-rank puppet often, so it wouldn't consume spirit stones. In the event of an extended period of operational combat, it would be during a crisis where his life was at stake and he couldn't skimp on this expense. 9 days later, the second elder was about to return to the Lu family and sent someone to inform Lu Changsheng. Knowing that the flying boat could seat 3 people, Lu Changsheng decided to take 2 of his wives and Jiang Luiyue back with him. He had Jiang Luiyue return to teach the children martial arts. When the second elder saw that Lu Changsheng had another wife, and they were all pregnant or holding babies, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He wanted to offer a few words of advice, but didn't quite know what to say, only reminding Lu Changsheng to take it easy with the children and to pay more attention to his health. In his heart, he resolved to let the 4th elder discuss this matter with Lu Changsheng. Worried that if Lu Changsheng kept on like this, he seriously feared the man might ruin his health. A day and a half later, the flying boat smoothly returned to Qingzhou Mountain. After getting home, Lu Changsheng talked with his wives about Jiang Luiyue teaching martial arts to their children. The wives understood. Knowing that their children lacked a spiritual root, it was good for them to learn martial arts in preparation for life in the secular world. If nothing else, practicing martial arts would at least strengthen their bodies and keep them healthy. But seeing that Jiang Luiyue was also pregnant, the wives couldn't help but silently criticize their husband, who didn't even spare their children's teacher. After staying on Qingzhou Mountain for 3 days, during which Lu Changsheng, under the guidance of the 4th elder in talisman making, displayed his progress in talisman making, he began learning about superior grade talismans. This was in line with his previous plans. By the next visit, he would be able to naturally reveal his status as a superior grade talisman master. At the same time, he also paid a visit to Li Feiyu, chatting with him about coming to teach his children martial arts. According to his plans, the first batch of children would be sent to the secular world in 2 to 3 years, and now, asking Li Feiyu to teach them martial arts, as well as some worldly knowledge and experience, would bring some benefits to the children. Chapter 157, Baby Birth Lottery. Reset. Facing Lu Changsheng's request, Li Feiyu readily agreed. But just as Lu Changsheng had guessed, Li Feiyu indicated that he had agreed early on to teach them martial arts. Moreover, when teaching his own nephew and niece, how could he accept money? Finally, under Lu Changsheng's persistent persuasion, he accepted a fee of 5 spirit stones per month. Then, 3 days passed. Lu Changsheng left with the second elder. At the time of departure, Lu Changsheng had intended to start his plan to raise the 9 Netherhound. But he found that the 9 Netherhound had already integrated into the family. All the children in the family liked the 9 Netherhound very much. If he were to take the 9 Netherhound away, the children would probably cry for several days. After some thought, Lu Changsheng decided to continue raising the 9 Netherhound at home. After all, being able to help with the children was already a significant role. It was somewhat unfair for a demon beast with a heavenly grade bloodline to merely accompany the children. And on this trip back to the 9 Dragons Market, Lu Changsheng also took Lu Zier and Lu Qing, the sisters, with him, taking the 2 girls out for fun, to relax a bit. When the two girls arrived at the Nine Dragons Market and saw the group of lively and lovely women in Lu Changsheng's courtyard, they too were rather surprised. Although they did not mind Lu Changsheng taking wives and concubines, they even found such behavior normal. But while other people occasionally doted on their wives and concubines, favoring maids, many wives might only be favored a few times a year. Yet Lu Changsheng was generous with his affection. Each would occasionally be favored enough to conceive children. If it were not for Lu Changsheng's strong and healthy appearance at night, they would actually be worried about their husband's health. A month later, within the spiritual talisman shop, Lu Changsheng was meditating and cultivating. With the automatic cultivation of the immortal beauty technique and the improvement from the peach blossom goo, his appearance became more and more handsome. The whole person sat with closed eyes, looking tranquil and out of the dust, emanating an aura of spring breeze and calm detachment. After a long while, at this rate, I think it will still take 6 or 7 years to reach the pinnacle of the 7th level energy refinement. It's really too slow, and I have no idea when I can draw a cultivation technique to replace this returning origin technique. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes to inspect his Qi ocean core internally, looking at that lake of spiritual energy within, and couldn't help but sigh. He persisted in meditating for 2 hours every day, assisted by yellow dragon elixir and energy refining powder. But the progress was still not satisfactory. Aside from the cultivation time and his spiritual root, Lu Changsheng believed the biggest problem was still the returning origin technique he was practicing. This primary level technique was too balanced and stable, leading to a very slow cultivation progress. Just then, quite abruptly, a profound and mysterious trembling arose within Lu Changsheng. It was the familiar tremor of the spiritual root. A child with a spiritual root was born, bringing him an additional bonus. Simultaneously, a system alert sounded. Congratulations to the host for the birth of 7 children with spiritual roots. You have won a chance to draw a prize. Is it Yuner or Xianxia's child? With that tremor and the system alert, excitement and surprise immediately appeared in Lu Changsheng's eyes. Based on the timing, he immediately guessed that it must be Chu Xinjin or Lu Miao's child being born. If it's Miao's child, then I as a husband have really been negligent. Lu Changsheng thought about the previous times when Lu Miaoyan was giving birth, and he was not by her side. If this child was also Lu Miao's, and again he was not there, it would indeed be somewhat negligent. Sigh. Lu Changsheng shook his head and let out a long breath, calming his mood slightly. He felt that the spiritual root of this child was probably not very good. The enhancement it brought him was minuscule. It was very likely to be a 9th grade spiritual root. But this was normal. The parent's spiritual roots could affect the child's spiritual root, but it only relatively increased the upper limit of the child's spiritual root. It was not that if the parent's spiritual roots were good, the child's would definitely be better. Many children's spiritual roots were not as good as their parents', or they might not even have one. 7 children with spiritual roots. Could it be that for children with spiritual roots, you get 2 shares of child money at once? Lu Changsheng thought about the system's drawing rules, musing to himself. Without further conjecture, Lu Changsheng thought to himself, "System, I want to draw a prize." Immediately, a pale red lottery wheel from the system appeared. A hope for a cultivation technique. Looking at the lottery wheel before him, Lu Changsheng silently wished. Then, with a mere thought, he began the drawing process. On the wheel, a streak of golden light emerged, swiftly spinning. After a few seconds, the wheel began to slow down and eventually stopped on elixir medicines. Chapter 158. Ah, these days are indeed full of hope. Reset_1 ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 3rd stage life-extending pill. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. An image of a pill emerged from the big wheel, accompanied by a system notification sound. Life-extending pill. Lu Changsheng furrowed his eyebrows upon seeing the reward. He was, of course, aware of what life-extending pills were. They were a type of elixir medicine that was extremely rare in the cultivation world. As the name suggested, they could extend one's lifespan after consumption. A first-grade life-extending pill could extend life by 5 to 10 years. A second-rank life-extending pill could extend life by 10 to 20 years. A third-stage life-extending pill could extend life by 30 to 50 years. The reason for such a large variance in life extension was partly due to the quality of the elixir medicine. Another factor was based on the physical condition of the user. For an elderly person who had already exhausted their potential, even if they took a life-extending pill, the effect would be significantly less. After all, a life-extending pill just extends life. It's not a resuscitation or life-renewing elixir medicine. I'm still young with a long life ahead of me. Getting such a pill really feels like a bit of a white elephant. But no matter, who would complain about too much life? If I have a long life, it also reminds me to take things steadily. I don't have much, but I have time and plenty of days ahead. Although life-extending pills were rare and precious, Lu Changsheng didn't feel too excited about this reward. After all, compared to the other items he had drawn, the life-extending pill seemed somewhat insignificant. Then, Lu Changsheng looked at the third-stage life-extending pill in the system space. Elixir medicine, life-extending pill, quality, third stage, description. After consumption, one's lifespan can be increased by 30 to 50 years. Only the first pill of the same rank is effective. As expected, it's the same as I know it to be. Even if it's a system product, there can't be too much of a difference. That said, if I were to sell this life-extending pill, couldn't it fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones at least? Lu Changsheng thought to himself as he looked at the pill. But that was just a thought. Life-extending pills were extremely rare and essentially priceless. They could usually only be seen in auctions. And even there, what were often available were first and second-rank life-extending pills. Lu Changsheng had never heard of a third-stage life-extending pill being sold anywhere. So, even if he wanted to sell it, it would be difficult and not without fear of attracting trouble. Retrieve. Lu Changsheng extracted the pill from the system space. Instantly, a brownish-green pill that was lustrous, full, and exuded a rich scent of life appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. There were also faint silver patterns on the pill. So this is a life-extending pill. Lu Changsheng examined the pill in his hand. It was his first time seeing one. It didn't look particularly special, but the presence of the pill patterns on it let him know that this was a top-quality life-extending pill, because only elixir medicines of excellent quality would have pill patterns. The more pill patterns there were, the better the quality of elixir medicine and the less elixir toxicity it contained. This life-extending pill had 3 pill patterns, signifying it was among the top tier of medicines. It could only be said that system space products were certainly of fine quality. Guaranteed in quality, they instilled confidence in those who consumed them. Without looking further, Lu Changsheng swallowed the life-extending pill. The taste of the pill wasn't particularly pleasant. As he swallowed it, it transformed into an immensely pure and abundant vitality that spread within Lu Changsheng. It filled him with so much energy and vitality that he felt an inexhaustible strength. At the same time, it brought an indescribably soothing comfort throughout his body, making him let out an involuntary sigh of relief. This medicinal power diffused within Lu Changsheng, washing over his flesh, meridians, bones, dantian, rejuvenating every part of him, causing his body to shine with spiritual light, as if it was brimming with new life. For a long while, the effects of the life-extending pill dissipated. Phew! Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and let out a long, ease breath. He just felt full of energy, invigorated to his core, refreshed, and like he had been reborn. Does this life-extending pill also revitalize and strengthen the body besides extending life? Lu Changsheng was somewhat surprised by the effects of the pill. He had been practicing the 100 Refinements treasure body art, making his physical body naturally extraordinary. But the recent life-extending pill had indeed made his body feel relaxed and rejuvenated, as if reborn. Could it be that I've overindulged over the years, incurring deficits and damaging my lifespan? Or does an increase in lifespan naturally bring about a richer vitality and more abundant energy? Lu Changsheng pondered internally, unclear about the exact reason. After all, the physical body is one thing, and lifespan is another. He didn't dwell on it too long, knowing it to be a good thing for him. He then closed his eyes to sense the changes to his lifespan. My lifespan has increased by 50 years. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. He had no way to be sure of the exact number of years his lifespan had increased. But he had a vague sense that his lifespan had been extended by 50 years. This intuition was quite mysterious. He couldn't really explain it himself. Cultivators at the Qi refinement realm, as long as they don't engage in conflict and maintain their health well, can generally live past 100 years. If one breaks through to the energy refinement late stage, they can live for a couple of jiazi, that's around 120 years. As for someone like me, who never fights with others and knows how to maintain health, living to 120 should be a breeze. Now, with this life-extending pill adding 50 years to my life, it means I could live up to 170 years, almost the lifespan of a Foundation establishment cultivator. If in the future I get another first-grade and second-rank life-extending pill, wouldn't I be able to live up to 200 years, on par with a Foundation establishment great cultivator? No, by then I will have achieved Foundation establishment myself, and with the help of life-extending pills, could live for 300 years. Chapter 159. Ah, these days are indeed full of hope. Reset. In over 300 years, I could have at least 1,000 children. By then, as long as the children work hard and make me proud, won't I just be lying down to achieve core formation? After core formation, with a lifespan of 500 years and an extra 100 years from lifespan extension pills, forming a nascent soul shouldn't be a big problem, right? Nascent soul, true lord, TSK, in this Jiang country cultivation realm, a nascent soul true lord is a dominant presence. Even looking at the entire southern wilderness cultivation realm, nascent soul true lords are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Ah, life is indeed full of things to look forward to. But with such a long lifespan, what am I going to do with my time? I can't just stay home and keep having kids every day, can I? Lu Changsheng suddenly found himself in a happy predicament. Before he knew it, over a month had passed. During this time, Guan Xian and the maid Yu Lian became pregnant, and Yun Xianxian's child was also born. However, this child did not have a spiritual root. Lu Changsheng wasn't disappointed by this. Now that he had many wives and concubines, many of whom possessed spiritual roots, they had all virtually had a turn giving birth. Thus, his excitement over spiritual root-bearing wives and concubines having children had gradually diminished. He could now look at it all with a normal heart. After the child was born, Lu Changsheng took Yun Xianxian and the child to report the good news to Yu Maocheng and his wife. After all, not only were they Yun Xianxian's elders, they were also their matchmakers. Now that the child was born, it was only natural to pay them a visit. On hearing the joyful news, they were delighted and even hosted a small celebration with 2 tables at the Jade Meal Hall. In the meantime, Yu Ningrong shared a piece of inside information with Lu Changsheng. She said that the Lu family ancestor had at most 10 years to live. These words gave Lu Changsheng a momentary pause. Previously, when he was in the Lu family, he had vaguely heard that the Lu family ancestor was not in good health. Now that Yu Ningrong was saying this, it felt very likely to be true. This indicated that the situation for the Lu family was not optimistic. If no new foundation building great cultivator emerges in the Lu family before the Lu family ancestor's demise, safeguarding the spiritual vein of Qingzhou Mountain will be very difficult. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. In the cultivation world, a spiritual vein-blessed land is very important. Many Lu's cultivators dream of owning their own spiritual vein-blessed land, which is also considered a way to establish oneself in the cultivation world. If the Lu family ancestor dies and the deterrent is gone, Qingzhou Mountain will become a big juicy piece of meat, and everyone will want to take a bite. Without going far, the Chun family of Red Leaf Valley, the Lu family's sworn enemy, will not miss this opportunity. Lu Changsheng didn't give it much thought. These were not matters he could concern himself with. If the Lu family ancestor really runs into trouble and the Lu family faces a crisis, he will naturally contribute where he can. If he can't help, then he'll have to take his wives, concubines, and children and flee. After all, he is just the son-in-law of the Lu family, not one of their own. He keeps the Lu family's kindness in mind, but he won't risk his life for the Lu family. He also doesn't have the capability for that. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng received a letter from Qingzhou Mountain. This came as a surprise to him. After all, he used to visit once a month. Now he only returns once every 6 months. So, normally, there wouldn't be any correspondence. Moreover, the letter was delivered using urgent avian messenger service. Lu Changsheng opened the letter. It was from Lu Miaoyun. In the letter, Lu Miaoyun said that something happened at home and he needed to come back to handle it. The incident began when Lu Pingan and a few little ones were playing outside with a 9 netherhound. A member of the Lu family named Lu Miaoyong, seeing the 9 netherhound, was filled with greed. Seeing that Lu Pingan and the others were young, he thought about tricking them into giving up the 9 netherhound. Lu Pingan and the others, although young, were not foolish and quickly saw through the ruse. This caused the other party to become furiously embarrassed and attempt to lay hands on Lu Pingan. In such a situation, how could the 9 netherhound just watch its little master get hurt? It fiercely intervened and severely injured the Lu family member. Immediately, the incident blew up. In a cultivation family like the Lu family, the first rule is a strict ban on fighting. Family disciples, under no circumstances, may engage in private feuds or conflicts or raise their hands against others. If there are any unsolvable resentments or differences, they can be reported directly to the family. Then the family head or the elders can manage and resolve them, although the trouble was initially caused by the other party. But now that he had been severely injured by a 9 netherhound, according to the Lu family clan rules, Lu Changsheng was also responsible. Especially since this Lu family disciple, named Lu Miaoyong, had a rather special situation. He was a direct descendant of the Lu family. Both his parents were core members of the Lu family. However, 10 years ago, Lu Miayang's parents perished together in a great battle between the Lu family and the Chun family. Now, only he remained in his household. The Lu family had always felt indebted to him and provided compensation. Now, with this incident, he went directly to the family head, weeping and complaining, making a big fuss. The family head, faced with such a situation, was helpless and thus had Lu Miaoyun send a message to Lu Changsheng, asking how he planned to deal with it. If he could resolve it privately, that would be for the best. Though Lu Miaoyong had unclean motives to begin with, the fact that the 9 netherhound had bitten someone and caused severe injuries was indeed a violation of the Lu family's clan rules. If they were to follow the clan rules, there would be punishment for Lu Changsheng's side. The family had hoped Lu Changsheng would understand. Although I had long anticipated that this day would come, I didn't expect it so soon, Lu Changsheng said, shaking his head slightly. He had known for a long time that as his wives and children increased, these wives and children would inevitably cause trouble for him, the head of the family. He would need to solve and clean up after these troubles. He had also realized that as the 9 netherhound grew, it became increasingly extraordinary and could potentially become a target for others. But this cannot be blamed on Pingan and the others. It was Lu Miaoyong who sought trouble first. I had also instructed the 9 netherhound not to harm people. Now that Lu Miaoyong has been bitten, it shows that he brought it upon himself. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. During his many years in the Lu family, he had heard of someone like Lu Miaoyang. He had a bad reputation. He was known for his unruly character. Relying on his parents' legacy and the love of the Lu family ancestor, he had caused quite a few problems within the Lu family. He never thought that his own family would become entangled with such a person. Considering the Lu family's image, if it's just a matter of paying some money to settle it privately, let's try to settle it that way. After reading the letter, Lu Changsheng exhaled slowly, deciding on his course of action. If the other party was willing to let the matter go without making a fuss, he was willing to pay to settle the problem in consideration of the Lu family's reputation. If the other party was to make unreasonable demands, he couldn't possibly just comply. After all, the Lu family owed Lu Miaoyang, but he owed him nothing. Moreover, in Lu Changsheng's view, although the Nine Netherhound had caused severe injury, the beast wasn't to blame. You couldn't possibly still lecture me about excessive defense after traversing to a new world, could you? Lucky for him that this happened within the Lu family. If it had happened outside, dealing with such a matter by killing the other party wouldn't have been too much. After all, the cultivation world is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. The other party coveted his pet beasts and lured his children. How could there be any reason for that? Furthermore, he had always behaved properly, walking on thin ice and abiding by the rules, for fear of causing trouble. Now that he had gained some strength and confidence, if he continued to shrink back in the face of trouble, then what was the point of his efforts in cultivation? With the increase in strength, a few more ounces of confidence grew in his heart, and Lu Changsheng's attitude also shifted. He was unwilling to be as compromising as before, suffering injustices. His willingness to visit and resolve the matter was already in consideration of the Lu family's face. Immediately, Lu Changsheng put away the letter, went to the courtyard, and spoke to a group of wives. There's a small matter at home. I need to go back. He didn't want to delay. He planned to set off for Qingzhou Mountain right away and deal with the issue sooner rather than later. Husband, are you rushing back because something happened at home? Lu Qinger knew that Lu Changsheng usually returned home once every 6 months. His sudden return must mean that something had happened. It's just a small family matter that requires me to make a trip back, said Lu Changsheng with a smile. Then he turned to Xiao Qing and instructed, Xiao Qing, go to the spiritual talisman shop tomorrow and convey a message to Zhang Shan for me. Tell him I had to leave due to urgent matters and that he should look after the shop. Yes, young master, replied Xiao Qing obediently, noting. She often visited the spiritual talisman shop, so she was acquainted with shopkeeper Zhang Shan. Having finished giving instructions, Lu Changsheng then left the Nine Dragons marketplace. He took out an iron feather eagle from his spiritual pet bag and flew towards Qingzhou Mountain. Chapter 160, Dog-like Thing. Reset, _ 2 days later. Outside Qingzhou Mountain, Lu Changsheng descended from the iron feather eagle and immediately strode towards his home. Changsheng brother Changsheng, brother-in-law. Many Lu family disciples greeted Lu Changsheng as they saw him on the road. In the face of such greetings, even if he did not know them, Lu Changsheng wore a smile and exchanged pleasantries graciously. Lu Changsheng must have returned this time because of Lu Miaoyang's incident. Surely, a few days ago, Miaoyang brother was bitten by Changsheng brother's pet beast, and it caused quite a commotion. Naturally, they would require Changsheng brother to come back and deal with it. Who knows how this matter will end up? I, for one, hope that Lu Changsheng can teach Lu Miaoyang a lesson. So do I. My father bought a shop from him 3 years ago, and after all this time, he came back, reneged, and made a fuss. In the end, my father even had to give him spirit stones to settle it down. Alas, there's no helping it. After all, both of Miaoyang brother's parents died in battle for the family, and the family owes him. Changsheng brother-in-law is a talisman master and is also the son-in-law of the fourth elder. If he really comes to blows with Lu Miaoyang, he has nothing to fear. It's not so simple. What if Lu Miaoyang throws a tantrum and refuses to be reasonable? What can Lu Changxing do? Lu Changxing is too nice by nature, always polite and accommodating, and he wouldn't want to offend anyone. In the end, he'll probably just want to keep the peace. You might be right about that. A group of Lu family disciples began discussing amongst themselves after they saw Lu Changxing leave. They were curious about how the situation between Lu Changxing and Lu Miaoyang would be resolved. Lu Changxing was not aware of, nor did he care about these discussions, and he continued on his way home briskly. Husband, Lu Miaoyan rushed over as soon as she heard of Lu Changxing's return. A look of guilt and self-reproach colored her face. In her view, with such a situation having unfolded at home, she, as the legitimate wife, bore some responsibility. After all, she normally managed the domestic affairs of the household. What's this? Your face is full of self-reproach. Lu Changxing immediately took Lu Miaoyan's hand, smiling as he spoke. My place is at home, yet I allowed such a thing to happen. And it has caused you, husband, to make a special trip back. Lu Miaoyan spoke with a tone of deep self-blame. Why blame yourself? It's not your fault. You'll handle this matter. Besides, you have had a difficult time these days. Lu Changxing cradled Lu Miaoyan's delicate face, speaking warmly. How could he possibly blame Lu Miaoyan for this situation? How could he say she had not properly supervised the children in the house? In his view, the incident was entirely provoked by Lu Miaoyan. It had nothing to do with his own family. Moreover, Lu Ping'an and the others were all quite grown up now. They hardly needed adults to watch over them anymore. If one really had to supervise them, with so many children in the house, it would have been impossible to keep an eye on all of them. I came back this time, partly to check on you and the children. Yuner, you've given birth to the child without me by your side. I should be the one feeling guilty. Lu Changxing did not immediately inquire about Lu Miaoyang, but rather showed concern for his wife. After all, his wife had recently given birth to their child, during which he was not present. Now that he was back, it was only right to show care and ask about her well-being. Husband, you're always busy with your duties. Lu Miaoyan was visibly moved, her eyes brimming with tender affection and love. Let's set the matter aside for now and go see the child first. Yuner, did you have a boy or a girl this time? Lu Changxing stood up and asked. Husband, it is a girl. Lu Miaoyan replied, her face radiating happiness at Lu Changxing's question. A girl is good. She will surely be as adorable as you. Yuner, Lu Changxing laughed as he said this. He wasn't overly concerned with the gender of the child. In his words, he set off with Lu Miaoyan to visit the newborn child. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, Lu Changxing visited the children of Lu Miaoyan and Chu Jinjin. However, looking at the two newborns, he couldn't tell which child possessed the spiritual root. After all, knowing whether a child had the spiritual root entirely depended on the thrill provided by the system's enhancement. And these two children were born around the same time. But after inquiring about the exact birth times of the two children, Lu Changxing knew. The child with the spiritual root was born to Chu Jinjin. Lu Miaoyan's child did not possess the spiritual root. For this, Lu Changxing showed no concern. After all, regardless of which wife or consort bore the child, he strived to treat all equally. Yuner, has the family head mentioned how to deal with Lu Miaoyan's situation? After visiting the child and chatting for a while, Lu Changxing questioned Lu Miaoyan about the incident. He was preparing to deal with the purpose of his return. The family head hopes for a private resolution if possible. Otherwise, according to the family rules, the incident will affect you negatively in any case. But Miaoyang brother is demanding an exorbitant sum, not showing any intention to negotiate, insisting on a compensation of 500 spirit stones and demanding to be given Xianxia as well. Lu Miaoyan pursed her lips, speaking with a hint of indignation. Xianxia was the name Lu Changxing casually gave to the 9 netherhound at home. After all, a humbly named beast is easier to raise. 500 spirit stones, and he even dares to demand Xianxia as compensation. He really has some nerve. Lu Changsheng chuckled sarcastically. It wasn't just about being bitten. The life of a chi refinement cultivator isn't worth 500 spirit stones. Out in the world, hiring a desperado wouldn't cost 100 spirit stones to take his life. And the audacity to demand the 9 Netherhound is simply delusional. If that's his attitude, Lu Changsheng had no desire to negotiate. Grandmother also thinks that Miaoyang brother is overdoing it. So she wanted me to tell you, husband, that it would be best if Miaoyang brother is willing to settle things amicably. Chapter 161, Dog-like Thing. Reset. If you don't want to deal with it, my husband, you don't have to bother yourself. Just let the family head handle it according to the clan rules. Lu Miaoyan spoke, saying so. Though Lu Miaoyang was her cousin, they were not from the same branch of the family and weren't particularly close on a regular basis. Moreover, Lu Miayang's behavior was generally unpopular, and Lu Miaoyan didn't have a favorable impression of him. Lu Changsheng felt a warmth in his heart when he heard this. He also knew that in recent days, Lu Miaoyun and the fourth elder had been worrying about this matter. If it comes to dealing with it according to the clan rules, what would generally happen? He asked aloud. Such incidents are rare within our family. Even if there are disputes, they're usually limited to verbal arguments. It's rare for someone to take action and cause serious injury. So this situation is quite serious. Not only will there be a fine of spirit stones, but the offender will also be sent to perform hard labor. However, grandmother said that since my husband is a talisman master, the family will certainly not send you to perform hard labor. Even if it's settled by the clan rules, it will just be a matter of paying extra spirit stones and a slight reprimand. Lu Miaoyun considered for a moment before speaking thus. In the past few days at home, she naturally hadn't sat by idly. She had even approached Lu Miaoyang, offering to compensate with spirit stones, hoping the other party would agree to a reconciliation. But he was relentless and demanded the 9 Netherhound as compensation. Lu Miaoyun, of course, wouldn't agree to such an unreasonable demand. It wasn't just because the 9 Netherhound was a pet raised by Lu Changsheng. The extraordinary qualities of the 9 Netherhound alone wouldn't allow for such a course of action. All right, I understand. Then he'll go talk to Lu Miaoyang again to see if he is willing to make amends. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng more or less understood the situation. Reconciliation would of course be best. Otherwise, the matter would have to be settled according to the clan rules. Even if it came to a clan ruling, his side would likely suffer a slight loss. Since both Lu Yuanding and the fourth elder had expressed their hope for him to try for a reconciliation, he would have to go through the motions, if only as a formality. My husband, I'll accompany you there, Lu Miaoyan immediately said. No need, I can go by myself. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, Can you tell me where Lu Miaoyang lives? Lu Miaoyan did not insist and described the location of Lu Miayang's residence to Lu Changsheng. Just when Lu Changsheng was about to leave, Lu Lanshu came along with Lu Pingon, Lu Wuyu, and Lu Shila, a few of the little ones, to see Lu Changsheng. This matter involved the youngsters, and had caused such a stir that Lu Changsheng, as the head of the family, had come back. Lu Lanshu, as their mother, naturally brought the little ones to see Lu Changsheng. At the moment, the little ones were looking at Lu Changsheng with some evasion in their eyes, slightly bowing their heads, obviously aware that they had caused trouble. What's with you all? The matter is not your fault. Why are you looking like this? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng chuckled. He crouched down and gently ruffled the children's hair, speaking softly. As far as he was concerned, the matter was certainly not the children's fault. How could he scold them? And seeing how the children looked, he guessed that Lu Lanshu had also chided them. Dad, you're not blaming us? Upon hearing this, Lu Pingon looked up at Lu Changsheng and mumbled. The other little ones also looked at Lu Changsheng. Why should I blame you? Lu Changsheng laughed. We caused trouble for you, Dad, Lu Pingon said. Was this trouble something you brought upon yourselves? Lu Changsheng asked. Not at all. It was that mean person who wanted to snatch Xiaohe and he called names, Wuxia immediately complained indignantly. That's clear, then. If he wanted to snatch Xiaohe and also resorted to insults, then the fault lies with him. Dad has always taught you to avoid trouble and keep out of it, but that doesn't mean we should be afraid of it. If trouble comes our way, leave it to Dad to handle, Lu Changsheng said in a gentle tone. He also realized that in some respects, he hadn't taught them well. Thinking that the children should grow up safely and securely in the mortal world, he had instilled in them the idea of staying out of trouble whenever possible. Besides, the children were mostly raised by their mothers. Lu Miaoyan was not too bad, but Lu Lanshu and the other wives were worldly women of the Lu family. Coming to Qingzhou Mountain, they ultimately felt some restraint. Even though his status as a husband had improved, they still felt somewhat inferior in Qingzhou Valley. So they had always told the children not to cause trouble or stir up issues, which would inevitably affect them. If the Lu family ancestor were to live another 10 years, I'm guessing the Lu family would face turmoil in about 5 or 6 years. If I were to flee, I would have to ensure my wives and children are well settled. Pingan and the others are almost of age. They can be sent to the mortal world in a year or two, where education must be properly arranged. Otherwise, if things continue this way, there could be problems with the children's education. Lu Changsheng pondered inwardly. He had always been conscious of issues regarding the children's education. While he didn't exactly resonate with the saying born in the deep palace and raised by women's hands, he was very clear in his heart. Given the rate at which he was fathering children, with so many in tow, leaving them in their mother's care was likely to breed problems. He had to have a complete training and education system for the children. But now, being in Nine Dragons Market with a pile of daily affairs, plus having so many children, he truly was too busy to manage their education. Moreover, Lu Changsheng did not believe that his own teaching was necessarily correct or that he could do it well. His actions and thoughts were heavily influenced by his previous life, and having lived in this world for many years, he was gradually merging with its dog-eat-dog moral rules. Chapter 162, Dog-like Thing. Reset. It may not necessarily be suitable for educating one's own child. Therefore, Lu Changsheng prepared to establish a child education system within the secular world and then gradually perfect it. Dad, I understand. Lu Pingan immediately nodded vigorously. Thank you, Father. Dad is the best. The two little ones beside him, Lu Wuyo and Lu Shila, immediately smiled happily and gave Lu Changsheng a kiss. Ha ha, if Dad isn't good to you, then who am I good to? Lu Changsheng also wore a full smile. The birth of these children, although due to his own selfishness and utilitarian purposes, had now also become one of his motivations to strive hard. Did you get hurt at the time? At this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered what Lu Miaoyan had written in her letter, that Lu Miaoyang, in a fit of shameful rage, intended to harm the children, and that was when the 9 Netherhound intervened. He was cursing at people, and when Brother Pingan called him out on it, he lifted Brother Pingan up, and Xiaohe bit him. Lu Shila immediately said, Pingan, he even laid hands on you. Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a gentle voice. Originally, he had thought about settling the matter amicably for the sake of the Lu family's face. After all, maintaining peace is best. But now, hearing that Lu Miaoyang had laid hands on his own children, he was not willing to let it go. This matter was clearly not his fault to begin with. It was Lu Miaoyang who had actively sought trouble, and in seeking trouble, he bullied his own children and expected him to apologize? How unreasonable. Dad, I'm fine. Lu Pingan scratched his head and grinned. That's good then. If something like this happens again in the future, just come and tell Dad. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly upon hearing these words. If Lu Miaoyang had actually injured Lu Pingan, then the matter would be a different story. I got it, Dad, the young one said with beaming smiles. After making sure the children were happy and letting them go play, Lu Changsheng excused himself to his wives and concubines and went out to find Lu Miaoyang. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Changsheng arrived in front of an estate. I am Lu Changsheng, here to see Lu Miaoyang. Lu Changsheng knocked on the door and spoke to the butler, who opened it. So, is young Master Changsheng, please come in. There weren't many people in Qingzhou Valley, and this butler naturally recognized Lu Changsheng and promptly invited him inside. After ushering Lu Changsheng into the hall and serving him tea, the butler politely said, Young Master Changsheng, please wait a moment while I fetch young Master Yang. Thank you. Lu Changsheng responded with a slight nod. Inside a courtyard within the estate, a young man wrapped in bandages lay on a lounge chair. A beautiful woman beside him was tenderly feeding him fruits. Young Master Yang, Lu Changsheng has come seeking you. At this moment, the butler came to the courtyard and announced. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lu Miaoyang, who lay on the chair, indifferently replied, Fine, bring him over. Young Master Yang, is this really appropriate? The butler questioned. Having a guest come straight to a small courtyard clearly went against the principle of proper hospitality. Are you teaching me how to handle my affairs? Lu Miaoyang's tone cooled several degrees. Yes. The butler, recognizing the temperament of his young master, said no more and merely sighed softly. Shortly after, the butler returned to the hall. Young Master Changsheng, my young Master Yang, is injured and movement is somewhat inconvenient for him. Would you please join him in the small courtyard for a chat? The butler bowed slightly and spoke politely. All right. Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Young Master Changsheng, this way please. The butler maintained his courteous demeanor. Following the butler, Lu Changsheng arrived at a tranquil courtyard where the architecture was adorned with swaying bamboo. As he walked into the courtyard, he immediately saw a young man being served spirit fruits while reclining in his chair. Although he had not met the person before, Lu Changsheng knew that this must be Lu Miaoyang. Young Master Yang, young Master Changsheng has arrived. The butler announced with a bow. Lu Miaoyang hummed softly. Then he propped himself up a little and looked towards Lu Changsheng, his mouth curving upwards as he said, Lu Changsheng, I'm very happy you could come. The family has already reached a public verdict on this matter, and I can't be bothered to argue with you. Your dog has bitten me, and you must hand it over to me for disposal, and also compensate me with 500 spirit stones. Otherwise, this matter won't end peacefully. Lu Miaoyang said with an arrogant air. Lu Changsheng frowned upon hearing this and said, Are you out of your mind? He had come over without any real intention of reconciliation. He thought to just go through the motions to see how the other party would react. Now facing Lu Miaoyang's haughty attitude, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. After all, since the Nine Netherhound had bitten someone and a person was injured, the family rules called for judgment. Therefore, if he beat him up, it wouldn't matter at this point. Lu Miaoyang was caught off guard, and his face turned dark as he said, Lu Changsheng, what do you mean by that? I'm saying that you must have a problem in your head. And also, when did I ever say that I came to apologize and make amends with you? Lu Changsheng stepped forward, his tone indifferent. At these words, Lu Miaoyang's eyes bulged, and his face turned a mix of blue and red. He hadn't expected Lu Changsheng to dare talk to him in such a manner. Furiously, he slapped the armrest and stood up, bellowing, Lu Changsheng, how dare you speak to me like this? You are nothing but an in-law of the Lu family. Without us taking you in, who knows where you'd be? You really think becoming a son-in-law of the Lu family makes you a phoenix on a branch, daring to speak to me in such a way? However, before he could finish speaking, Lu Changsheng had already approached him. Without giving him a chance to react, he reached out with a hand swift as thunder and latched onto Lu Miaoyang's neck, hoisting him high up in the air. Chapter 163, Dog-like Thing. Reset. _4 Then, with a swift raise of his right hand, he fiercely slapped Lu Miaoyang across the face with a loud smack. To talk to you like this? And just who do you think you are? Like a dog. Not only do I dare to speak to you this way, but I dare to hit you. To bully my son and act so arrogantly, expecting me to apologize to you. Do you really think I, Lu Changsheng, am someone people can push around? With every word, Lu Changsheng's palms relentlessly struck out. His cultivation of the 100 refinements treasure body art was not in vain. With each slap, resounding with sharp smacks, Lu Miaoyang saw stars, and he groaned in pain. His cheeks visibly turned swiftly from purple to black to red and swollen, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This. The nearby steward and the beautiful woman were stunned, unable to process the scene before them. They had not expected that upon Lu Changsheng's arrival, he would start hitting their young master without a word, taking him in hand with slaps. Young Master Changsheng, please, no more. Spare him. The steward immediately came back to his senses and shouted in horror. He hurried over to Lu Changsheng's side, tried to stop him. With a cold snort, Lu Changsheng ceased his assault and flung Lu Miaoyang to the side with a fierce throw. Thump! Lu Miaoyang hit the ground hard, letting out a muffled groan, his face swollen and bruised black and red, spitting out teeth and blood. To bully a child at your age, to lay hands on a 6- or 7-year-old child, how utterly shameless. Since no one has disciplined you before, then let me teach you a lesson. With an indifferent expression, Lu Changsheng gazed down from above at Lu Miaoyang sprawled on the ground, rebuking him coldly. Lu Miaoyang was completely stunned by Lu Changsheng's slaps. He never could have anticipated that Lu Changsheng would disrespect him like this and actually strike him. If it weren't for the burning pain on his face and body, he would have thought himself to be dreaming. At this moment, a mix of unspeakable humiliation, frustration, and rage surged up, leaving his body trembling. His eyes became bloodshot, and with a shaky voice, he roared, Lu Changsheng, I'm going to kill you. As his words fell, a golden flying sword appeared, streaking through the air like a rainbow, its sword chi flickering, hurtling towards Lu Changsheng. Young Master Yano, don't do it. The steward, in a panic, shouted when he saw this. As he spoke, spiritual power surged, casting a water shield art to intercept the golden flying sword. But his cultivation was merely at the 4th level of energy refinement. The hastily cast water shield art stood no chance against the sharpness of the flying sword, and it shattered in the blink of an eye. Clang! At the same moment, in a split second, Lu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and his green-faced sword, gleaming like a flash of light, unsheathed to clash with the golden flying sword, sparks flying everywhere, ringing with a metallic clang. Kill me. My flying sword is not less sharp either. Lu Changsheng, maneuvering his flying sword, did not want to reveal his true cultivation level. He took out a stack of talismans from his hand and said with a cold stare at Lu Miaoyang, Please, young Master Changsheng, calm your anger. Seeing this, the steward shouted anxiously, fearing Lu Changsheng might start another round of violence. Lu Miaoyang was already injured, with so many talismans in Lu Changsheng's hands. If the two truly fought, Lu Miaoyang would stand no chance. And considering Lu Changsheng's immediate slapping of Lu Miaoyang upon arrival, it was clear he was not as good-tempered or gentle as the rumors suggested. Today's visit was not about reconciliation, but rather to seek a vendetta. If a fight did break out without restraint, it could indeed end in death. No matter what, if the two started fighting and the situation escalated, the consequences would be dire. The steward could not bear such responsibility. Seeing the stack of talismans in Lu Changsheng's hand, a look of fear and envy appeared in Lu Miaoyang's eyes. A thought of retreating grew within him. But the pain on his face, the anger of being humiliated in such a manner, the suffocation and shame in his heart made his mind frantic. Lu Miaoyang, as a direct descendant of the Lu family, had always had his way. While his parents were alive, he was taken care of by them. Even after the death of his parents, he was protected by their inheritance. And now, to be insulted and slapped like a dog by a son-in-law of peasant origin. If word of this got out, Not only would he lose all face, but he would also become a laughingstock within the Lu family. Lu Changsheng, just try to kill me, bellowed Lu Miaoyang, his eyes bloodshot and his neck rigid with fury. Swoosh! In an instant, a rush of air sliced through the silence. The green-faced sword, like flowing waters of Qiushui, its golden aura streaming, sword chi swirling, aimed at Lu Miaoyang. The sword's tip rested on Lu Miaoyang's neck. Yet under the edge of the sword chi, a long, bloody gash had already appeared on Lu Miaoyang's neck, with blood beginning to flow. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.